Okay, let's get started. Good morning, everyone. How's everybody doing? Hope you enjoying the weather in San Diego. This is my first time here. I'm very excited to see the new city. Welcome to USEC 2024, Symposium on Usable Security and Privacy. My name is Yaxing Yao. I'm assistant professor in computer science from Virginia Tech. First of all, welcome to USEC. Within the span of the last few years, USEC was able to establish itself as one of the top venues for publishing work on a wide range of topics in human-centered security and privacy. Paper published at USEC continue to make a significant impact on academic research and practice. So the USEC community has really been steadily growing with the global audience. This year, we have received 34 submissions from institutions across the world, and this is not possible without the growth of our field and effort of the past USEC organizers, and of course, with every single one of you. This year, we're operating again in the largely in-person format. We have all of you come in person. We do have a couple two virtual presenters and virtual attendees just because of the travel issue. I'm very excited to start the program today. So before that, I would like to give special thanks to Professor Camp right here for her mentor through the process. The chairs of USEC 2023, Yixing and Jacob, to give us the help to get me through this whole process, and also like to thank all the NDSS organizers to help us through this the process. So here's a little bit data of USEC 2024. We have 34 submissions. It's a 40% increase from USEC 2023. We're growing, and we have submissions from over 2 countries, and we have a wide covers. All the submissions cover a wide range of topics. And then to handle all these submissions, we have a wonderful program committee to help us review the papers, provide feedbacks. So here's a whole list of them. They are from universities and industry across the world, and thank every one of them to help us with to make the USEC a success this year. So, so as a new tradition of USEC, we start to introduce the Test of Time Award. Starting from last year, I think. So I'll have Professor Camp here to talk about that.
I would like to take an opportunity to thank our chair, without whom this could not have happened at all. So one of the issues with, where do I move the slide forward? Oh, thanks. Just here?
This one.
All right. Yeah. One of the issues with so many of the Test of Time Awards is they're constrained by their conference. With all tremendous respect to the Oakland and USEC and ACMCCS the Big Four Test of Time Awards, they only reward those papers that were in this conference. And as we all know, if you have a way of approaching a problem that's genuinely radically different, that is honestly paradigm breaking, it is not going to show up for the first time in Oakland. And everybody's laughing because they know it's true. So usable security papers were distributed across different sources and different presentations in the 90s, where security professionals were still talking about the problem is between the keyboard and the chair. And now we have psychology of security, we have behavioral economics of security. There is a tremendous area in AI about engaging human and machine intelligence in a collaborative way. And much of that breakthrough is based on the early work and the breakthrough paper by Dr. Angela Sasse for her 1999 paper, Users Are Not the Enemy, for engaging the human in and respectfully with security interaction. So please, Angela, accept your award. of usable security, and it is an honor and a pleasure to present this award to you. Thank you so much. We are, we're also immensely looking forward to your presentation when when it works. When the technical works.
Okay. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that, and it's really great to see so many people now working in the area and making contributions. It's very gratifying to me to see that it's really made a bit, and that so many people are engaged and work on this.
So these are your intellectual grandchildren.
That makes me feel old. Yeah.
Sorry.
Children,
Sorry.
I'll cover you for the time being. Do I need anything up here, or is it just...
Yeah, I'm going to finish the introduction.
We're not that organized here.
Just a few more minutes.
The program
Yep.
committee, and then you're going to open with the keynote.
Yeah, I just want to say that this is not only the very few paper I read when I enter the field as a graduate student, so that get me interested in the user-centered design and in security privacy. So thank you for that. Okay, and also we have the best paper award, and then. So this has been voted by the program committee, and then we have voting here, and then we selected one paper to receive Best Paper Award, and we're going to give that to exploring phishing threats through QR codes in naturalistic settings. We'll congratulate them, and then we will present the certificate at the time of the presentation. So just a very brief overview of the slide today, of the schedule today. We're a little bit behind, but I think that's okay. We have the keynote from Doug Sassy, and then we have, then with the break, we have 3 paper sessions. We have an invited talk joint with 3 other workshops. It's a different room. So we'll talk about that at the time. And then we'll finish our day today by hearing the talk from Vision Track. Then just the logistics. The cover breaks outside. The lunch, it will be in the lawn outside. The conference proceedings right now, I was informed this morning, is already available on USEC website. The DOI will not be activated until a few days later, so you should be able to see that in the next few days. For the full presentation, we're going to have 14 minutes, and then for the vision paper presentation, we're going to have 10 minutes. So because we have fairly tight timeline, I'll try to give you a heads up. I can either do it in the traditional way, give you a 1-minute remind, and then just give you thumbs up, or I have something interesting prepared. I have one of these. I can do this. That's thumbs up. All right. Okay, so with that, then I hope you enjoy the day, and let's kick off the day with our keynote. So that's the third one. So have the.
This works. I can't see anything.
Or presentations, much less secure usability. You see people like, oh, I'll connect my computer to anything just to get this presentation done. I don't think any of you are going to be out of the job. Okay, nope, this is the wrong paper. It's a great paper. It's a phone opening paper, but. Yeah, this is not the actual keynote.
Yay.
Yay! Here, the big green button should work to go through.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Not
Oh
that.
my goodness.
You have to use your computer, sorry.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Okay, yes, thanks very much. Thanks again for thinking of me. What have we got now? Don't allow. Okay. For thinking of, for remembering so far back. And it's, I want to take the opportunity to, celebrate some of the wins, say a few quick thank yous as well, and celebrate some of the usable security wins we've had. But I'm afraid when I go through companies, as I do most of my work based in companies out in the real world, and also in the studies we do with users, with consumers who use technology from home, we still come across a lot of unusable security today. And I want to briefly talk about my bête noire, which is simulated phishing training, which to me is one of the most unusable things ever invented, and explain why, or at least why we should have learned by now that it's not working. And then I basically want to make a slide sort of like basically shift and say that maybe, this focus on the individual it's still there. We still see it there in a lot of interventions, and why actually really it's not people's fault. I think as the keynote, the title of my keynote says, we're still setting people, maybe not we as usable security researchers, but technology developers and service providers are setting people up to fail, and then they blame them for not being secure. And I think that really has to stop, or we're actually going to risk that certain parts of the population are completely going to disengage from certain types of technologies. But maybe you want to take that up with me. What Users Are Not the Enemy was about was, first of all, it was basically demonstrating in absolutely crystal clear terms that these employees in this company were being asked to do something that wasn't humanly possible, because human memory couldn't cope with that number of passwords, 6-digit pins being changed monthly, and subject to policies. But what it was also about was the consequences that this had in terms of the relationships between the employees and the security experts in the company. And that was that basically it had descended, it had spiraled downwards into a state of war. And I think that part of the paper is still quite often is not being enough attention paid to and is overlooked, because that is still the state we have in a lot of companies today. And that is what happens if you're trying to fix the problem by just mandating secure behavior from the top instead of really engaging and developing workable solutions together with the people who have to apply them every day. Want to obviously acknowledge my incredible master's student, Anne Adams, who did the groundwork and carried out the interviews, who developed the questionnaires that we ran there together with me, and I think did one of the possibly the first application of grounded theory analysis to the qualitative data in usable security. It may have even is certainly also very early in HCI in general, even that we applied that. And of course, she made an enormous contribution there, but then chose to first of all focus on privacy, and then later on to move on into educational technologies. And she's a very happy and successful professor at the Open University in the UK, but not in our field anymore. But still, she made, of course, a huge contribution here. I also want to thank actually Mary Ellen Zirko, who got the award last year, because having this one paper it's one thing, but it really got traction because we had a couple of years later, in that fateful 2001 NSPW session, which happened during 9/11. But I'd submitted 2 papers to NSPW, and I was really incredibly positively surprised that that they got in. And not only that, but that during that workshop, Mez, people like Bob Blackley, Holly Hosmer, really engaged with what we had to say, what we had to say about usable security, and encouraged us and gave us help about how to talk to security people about the things we had discovered and how to get them interested, to get them working with us to develop more usable security solutions. So Mez indeed made, and the whole NSPW crowd, another, not top tier, but to me, incredibly important conference in the security space. All kudos to that. I think what we've seen then, you're all doing work, you're developing these things, and I think we've seen some wins that I want to go through. One of the big ones is, and I think it's actually largely gone without a fanfare, and I don't understand, that it's not really had the attention that it should have had, is that Office macros, that Microsoft basically made the change a couple of years ago, that you can't just enable, as an ordinary user can't enable macros anymore, right? And it was absolutely the right decision. I mean, okay. Arguably, what they'd had before, the last version of it, was such a comically inept, from a usability point of view, design, that it made everybody click on and enable macros, even if they didn't need a macro in the first place. So that was like really, really bad. People were completely confused and disoriented. So the design was one thing, but the decision that they made to say, whether a macro is safe, is secure or not, can only be decided by professionals. Leave it to the professionals. And if the macro hasn't been vetted and basically been cleared by professionals, then the user shouldn't be able to do it. I think that's made one of the biggest, and I know from a corporate, certainly in corporate environments, it's been an absolute leap forward that's resulted from that. So great, and I think we maybe have given it a final last push with that paper, again in not a very high-profile conference, where we just showed that people, even people with IT training, IT degrees and so on, routinely enable macros and don't understand what they're doing. The other part has really been authentication. We talked about passwords in users are not the enemy. That was the study object, and there's of course been a huge amount of developments. All of those things, multi-factor authentication, password managers, all of those things are absolute wins for users. And it's still not work to do, particularly, I wish, people learned, particularly in corporate environments, one thing, which is that you need to tell users when you set up a password manager that you're going to need a couple of hours probably to do it, and that there are a number of things you need to bring to the process and have them there, and that you should do this quietly and not disturbed, and that you're going to need a period of actually getting, using it and getting a routine of using it. Because we've, in a lot of studies done by, no doubt somebody here in the room as well, have shown that it fails. But the thing that really got me was a study we published a couple of years ago. It says under review there, but it was actually in STAS last year, where, again, one of our master's students went and interviewed 11 really severely disabled users, but who were very avid, regular technology users. So it's 13 of them. And what we found was that really in everyday, trying to to engage with digital services, the authentication is still a blocker for them, because you get CAPTCHAs, the rules are difficult to understand, and if you use an assistive technology, very often that assistive technology can't really interact with the mechanisms there. And I'm going like, why? Why do we still have all this stuff? I mean, it's driving normal users nuts. But if you read, these people are really trying, they're severely enabled, and they're trying to engage and actually trying to be independent, have a certain degree of independence to make a living independently. And then authentication technology gets in the way like this. And I'm going like, where's FIDO when you need it? We know what kind of devices people are using. And I'm going like, why can't we just authenticate? We should, if you talk to me about human-centered security and accessibility, we should choose how we authenticate. And the FIDO framework is there, and then, service providers and technology providers, please, everybody get off your backsides and just allow people to authenticate. It would get rid of so many problems for these users who are struggling, but for everybody out there, it would free up so much unproductive time. Please do that. Finally is, of course, the engaging with users has been taken forward in a whole new direction by Lizzie Coates-Kemp and the work that she's done, engaging, again, also with challenged communities, marginal users, but also bringing a whole range of new design methods and approaches into the usable security field. That Lego stuff is genius. I use it myself for corporate workshops between security experts and end users. Collaging cartoons, all these types of techniques have really made the conversation, have made the exchange, the working together so much easier. So go, Lizzie, and everybody else who's working in that direction. But when I look at security in practice, I still see lots of what I call the fix the human approach. And this whole, when we did users are not the enemy, I mean, literally for several years, I was still fighting with the company. There would always be somebody coming like, what do you mean we should set up a single sign-on? Do you have any idea what this costs, And I'm going like, do you have any idea what the 100 people in the call center in Scotland cost who do nothing all day long but reset passwords for your employees? And this kind of like saying, and there's always like, oh, can't we give people some training to get rid of it? It was like that 25 years ago, and it still is very often today. And the answer to the people from British Telecom at the time was, yes, you can train all your, at the time it was like 100,000 staff to become memory athletes. I'm going to need to take them away for 6 months, all of them, right, to basically get them to memory athletes. And by the way, when they're back, they're going to need to spend half an hour to an hour a day rehearsing and practicing their memory skills. I mean, that just shows the absurdity of this approach, like, can't we fix this with training? But I'm sorry, guys, guys and girls, we still see this out there every day. And my absolute bête noire in this space is simulated phishing training, because it doesn't work. I mean, we know from the studies, again, some here in the room may have done them, that most people don't read that page that pops up and is trying to tell you about how you should avoid a phishing email. And frankly, it's just general drivel. That's not going to apply to the next email you're going to get, So most users sit there and still don't know what to do. We've just done a study last year where we piggybacked on a company running these things and used validated instruments to measure the stress level and the self, of the people who just been got this, and also asked them about how confident they were that next time around they would now be able to recognize a phishing email. And sorry, I should really go here first. Like, get what? The perceived stress of the people who click is quite high. It's significantly, even this is only a sample of 408 who completed the questionnaire. But it is very clearly higher than those who reported the email, who recognized the email and reported it. And when you ask people, would they, how confident are you you would now recognize a phishing email next time around, it is low, and it is significantly lower from those people who recognized it. Additionally, I would also say, it's like, sorry, I got my order here wrong, is, there's collateral damage. Phishing your own employees, it still is attacking users. It's treating as the enemy. That is how most people experience it. And it's very, very telling. Very often companies say to us, oh, but our employees think it's a great idea, and that we should do this kind of training. But when you ask the people about it, they always say, yes, I think other people really need this kind of training, right? And the things, so they themselves, and when you look at it, and you can do studies, with eye tracking, and look at, you just see confusion in there. They can't really translate what is being said there into how do I recognize this. And so we were basically, I was trying to actually point out, it's like, if you have a highly established habit, such as you send your employees embedded links all the time, you're sending them macro attachments all the time, and they have to, for legitimate purposes, constantly click on those and enable them. If you don't want to stop them from doing it, you can do it, but it's not going to be done by one pop-up, right? It's going to take, you need to go through a whole phase, through a whole period of actually changing the routine. If you look at the behavioral economics literature, the psychology literature, they'll tell you it takes about 28 days on average to replace a deeply ingrained habit with a new one. That doesn't guarantee that you successfully do it, but even that. So, but let's not dwell too much in this. And this is really, so I'm going like, we've got all this technology, why aren't we using it? If I, and I'm not saying this, the UK National Cybersecurity Centre is saying this. The NSA is saying it, everybody who advises, from the security services who advises companies says, fix your technology, use 21st century identity and access management, use email scanning and web proxies, use DMARC. If all legitimate emails are clearly labeled, then I can let my employees work through those in hamster wheel mode, and then tell them twice, anything that's not clearly labeled as verified, push it aside, and then maybe twice a day, take a time, get out of your system 1 mode, and get in system 2 mode, put on a different pair of glasses and look at those emails very, very suspiciously. And then work through those in a different way and then decide whether you're going to report it or whether you're going to make a phone call or something to verify it. That's the way of dealing with it, not basically bombarding, adding to the workload by bombarding them with more messages. Why do companies still buy it? It's been fascinating. We've really been, one of the things we've now been doing is we've gone through the whole ecosystem. We love interviewing people and listen to them talk about security and explain why they do things about security. So we do this with the security professionals themselves. We've also been very lucky to get some board members to talk about this, because if you talk to the chief information security officers, they blame the high-level people and the board. They say, yeah, kind of, I get what you're saying. I know the simulated phishing stuff doesn't work, but the board wants it. The decision makers up there want it. And why do they want it? Because it's one of the few, because it gives them compliance. You can, the regulation basically says you have to train all your employees. ISO 27000 says you have to do simulated phishing campaigns. So, compliance. And then they don't care really whether it works or not. Dangerous. And this other thing is like, we don't really get numbers. And I think that basically points to there's still a lot of other actors in this digital ecosystem who have to learn more about security and have to really learn how to manage it effectively and responsibly. So that's the whole thing going on. But I think overall, the one message I'd like to give to you, or maybe you want to argue with me about it, but it's really is, we need to acknowledge the futility of trying to target and change individual behavior to get meaningful progress. We've expanded the attack surface massively by moving everything online. And the honest truth is that most of the technology designers and providers don't give a about, you know, at that point in time when they're moving out there, whether it is secure or not, they don't really think about it. And then afterwards, when the value is there, there's something for the attackers, you know, they can deal with. They all start piling in, then we're still pushing the workload onto the users and say, please just behave completely differently as you would in normal everyday life, you know, to manage the security threat. And the futility of that has really been shown in other areas, in psychology, in the behavioral sciences. You know, you have to we've got massive problems with obesity, with overweight, and so on. And the other professionals have been trying to change individual behavior for decades now and make progress. And at the end of the day, what they have discovered was just focusing on the individual and targeting the individual doesn't work. I've highlighted here too, I mean, that the Mickey Weston Atkins, the behavior change wheel, it's really, really, you know, don't ever try, you know, the reason I came up with that curve I showed you is because I know that if I take the whole behavior change wheel and go to security professionals, they're gonna, you know, the complexity is gonna overwhelm them and they're gonna run screaming off. So I try to make a nice simple curve out of it to distill it. But also the whole nudging thing, the whole behavioral economics, this paper last year from Chater and Lowenstein, you know, where they essentially said like, sorry folks, we got this completely wrong, you know, we've talked about nudging and choice architecture and so on, and all we did was design interventions to make individual change behavior, and we ignored the whole thing around it, right? So if you are in an obesogenic environment where everything encourages you to consume unhealthy food, you know, where it's, you need to really make a very conscious choice to exercise instead of taking the comfortable option and so on, right? What's one nutrition label that you might look at in a supermarket going to do about it, right? And really to solve this problem via nutrition labels, you would need to spend, you know, hours of your day reading nutrition labels and very carefully designing your entire eating plan. So it's basically looking at it, but the lesson is if you don't change some of those external factors, you know, you're really, you know, you might as well not do it. You're wasting your time just beating up on the individual. And you're making things worse because you make them feel bad. And people who feel bad are much less likely to engage to try and make a positive change for themselves. I mean, that's the other thing we can really learn from the whole health, you know, obesity and weight management stuff is, you know, people who feel bad, people who are not confident, people who blame themselves are not going to make positive changes and move forward. You know, you need something positive to aspire to. You need positive experiences, and you need to build up the trust in yourself that you can do it. So what do we have instead in the digital space? I would argue what we've created particularly over the past 15 years, since the arrival of social media, is a manipulogenic environment. Right? Basically, really, in engaging with the digital services and technologies, people are being manipulated all day long. So this is my parallel to obesogenic environment. You know, and that is then, if you're, I'm going to show you some example, but then if you're trying to be in that secure, you're facing very complex cacophonic security advice. Most of it is out of date. Like I almost exploded about 3 weeks ago when in Germany, the trade association of the security suppliers, basically with a big fanfare announced, it's change your password day again. You're going like, what? It's been basically all the national technical authorities, since 2015, 2016 onwards have been saying, like, don't do this, it's been shown, fantastic work, Fabian Monrose and his colleagues, Michael Reiter and so on, who really put the final boot in on that with a large-scale empirical study. Who's still doing, but you can still find it out there. This is not helping, it's complex enough without telling people things that are wrong, And but the really sort of insidious thing I've only realized recently is that the interacting with the technologies and services, it really creates bad habits and addictive behaviors that the attackers are exploiting. That's what we can see today. And then, next thing, pile on top of this the AI, the fact that the attackers now have AI, and they can go straight to, they can target people in ways to go straight to their emotional responses and things, which is just horrific. I think the worst thing I've come across is this one in India. You download an app to get a quick loan. And in order to apply for the loan, you have to give access to your phone book and to your photos. And if you're not paying, and sometimes even if you are paying, what they then do is they make very crude, but doesn't matter, nude Photoshop pictures and send them to everybody in your address book to make you pay, right? And in cultural backgrounds where nudity and things like that, there's a huge amount of shame and things like that attached to it, it doesn't matter that these photos are crude, it's just the idea that's being conjured up is so humiliating, so shameful to the victims. I haven't been able to verify it. According to this BBC report, they've clocked up about 60 suicides due to this, right? So this is the most horrific one. But even this other stuff is like, this is really going straight to, mommy, I've been kidnapped, they're hurting me. This mother in Arizona transferred $15,000. Then we had the absolute, the $25 million whammy through a fake call, conference call where one one employee was convinced, the whole board agreed that $25 million should be transferred. I can't remember about this Hong Kong dollars, but still, it was a huge amount of money, And really, we've not equipped people at all to deal with these kind of, things. You can't. I mean, the only thing is just we're back to the general. You can't believe anything anymore, right? And you can't basically act in a natural way anymore. You need to verify, you need to carry out 3 or 4 verifications and checks on everything before you do it. It's not a way to live your life, And, but the horrible truth is we've created a digital world without reliable trust anchors and without reliable signals that people can actually verify. And it's not like we don't have the technical means to do it. Slowly, we're now getting mutual authentication, where at least government agencies and some commercial providers are offering mutual authentication. So it's not just my bank authenticating me, but I can actually check this really is my bank and this really is a person from a bank. But we could have done that 20 years ago. We had the technical means to do it 20 years ago. Mutual authentication is not a new concept. But that the obsession was, I'm protecting myself from these, from my own customers, but I'm not protecting my customers. Then the attackers say, thank you very much, I go to your customers, right? We have no set of secure behaviors, simple secure behaviors we could tell people that will work. I'm not even saying all the time, but and for most of the people, most of the time would be nice. It is, what secure behavior is in different digital contexts is incredibly complex, And we've got these bad habits, So I don't know. In Europe, we have some really incredibly inept, digitally inept government services, right? And they set this up, and if you want to make this to work, to get a COVID test or to apply for your school place and so on, you have to hack the system in order to get, to get it. So you're teaching people, that actually hacking a system is what you need to do to make it work for you, We've given the attackers, we carry out surveillance, so there's huge amounts of information available. We do that, we collect all this, and then we don't secure it properly. And then you get these massive dumps of personal data, of information about people, or even just every time, an employee in a certain position leaves a company, they basically take, that kind of data about about customers as a dowry for, as a welcome gift for their new employer. That really all is, there is no genuine consumer choice anymore. The whole cookie thing is just, it's just manipulation to get you, to click. You don't really genuinely have a choice, It's sort of like, they're hiding it at the next level, or it's all pre-ticked, going, or, basically which shouldn't really be my way or the highway, either agree or you can't use the service, or this basically like, we're just manipulating into telling them cookies are a nice thing, yum, yum, please take me. These kind of dark patterns, is what people are being exposed to every day. We shouldn't be surprised that they're falling for this kind of manipulation when, an arguably more evil kind of attacker than their normal service providers, retailers, etc., does it to them. I came across this study. I thought this was really, really interesting because very often it's assumed that people who are not digitally savvy are the most common victims of this kind of thing. But this study actually showed quite convincingly, and I need to follow this up more, they say they're absolutely convinced that people who spend more time online are more vulnerable to phishing attacks. They were less able to actually recognize phishing attacks than those who spend less time online. And also, of course, we've gotten used to deceiving each other, right? We're lying to each other all the time. And that seems natural. We don't really recognize it anymore because everybody's doing it to us all the time. And as Robert Trivers pointed out in his book, it's like we've also really gotten used to lying to ourselves in these contexts. This is partly to do with the filter bubbles and so on. I can always go online and find something to confirm what I think, what I want to do and so on. So, is there any way out? Well, the possible way out is radical and possibly really sad, because it's going to mean, we're not going to be able to use a lot of the good things that the technology brings us. But there is a movement, and I can see it like rumbling, and it's growing, around Cal Newport's digital minimalism, where he says, we just need to get off our screens and our devices. And we should actually step back and really think about which of these things we need, which of these things really make us productive, which of them really make us happy, and in which amounts. And think about retaking control instead of becoming a digital zombie in front of the screen. I think it's a really interesting approach. It's from an economics point of view, potentially horrific, of course. Or maybe it is, if more people start doing this, it will jolt some of the service providers into more seriously thinking about doing the work of providing a secure environment to that. The other part that's really interesting and important, of course, and this is what I practice in my corporate work as well, is to refocus on social interactions and getting people to talk to each other about security. It is, I can promise you, it is more effective than any type of a training package you can buy or simulated things. It's so programs, for instance, with security champions, peers telling and showing each other how to be secure, how to act secure, is much more effective in changing behavior. And I think we'll also see this in the family, in the personal space, and so on. It's really, really important to talk about the risks that are in that environment and what really works in terms of keeping you secure. So my conclusion is I think we're still seeing in practice, or I know I'm still seeing in practice a lot of examples of blaming users, for not acting securely. But, they're interacting with fundamentally insecure technology, and what they're being told to do to minimize those risks, it comes with huge workload and complexity. Please don't be surprised that they're not following that advice. And we really need to start changing. When we're putting a technology out there, we need mutual authentication, we need trust anchors, we need much more wider deployment of various types of encryption technologies, and give people, easy to use keys they can carry around and use to do that kind of stuff. It's not rocket science. We have the solutions already. And really, we need to start talking about basic secure digital habits that work. A simple thing is, like, I can give you the example, like I have an over 80-year-old mother who at some point decided she was fed up with going to the bank and then standing in a queue and so on, so she wanted to do online banking. And I thought about it. And then I sort of went to this digital habits thing, and I said, well, we can do this, but you have to do this every day, right? I mean, she's over 80. Trying to change her habits is going to be hard. And I said, I'm going to set it up for you. I'm going to show this. And here are 3 things that you have to do to get these things that you want from your bank, right? You want to basically check this. You want to be able to pay these things. And you want to request these things. This was the only thing you wanted to do. And I said, okay, so you're always going to do this from this computer in your office with these things here. And you need your mobile phone with you. And then we're going to practice these steps. And we practiced it a few times. And I said, now you're going to do this every day. And if you're only looking at your bank account and get really happy about the amount of money that's in there, you're doing nothing else. You need to do it every day, right? And if anybody calls you and tells to log in or anything, don't do it. You're just doing these things, but you do it every day. And that worked. And I think this is also how we need to think about. You can manage the risks by telling people, by looking at, basically defining clear contexts and starting to develop, just targeted habits for these contexts. And I think that would be a good start. And if not, out there, dear technology providers, there will be other ways of regaining control. And you're not going to like them because you're going to lose most of your customers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this enlightening talk. We do have a couple minutes for questions. So if you raise your hand, I'll bring the mic to you.
Thank you for the great talk. You briefly mentioned about cookie notices, so touch a little bit upon privacy as well. And the way I see the distinction between traditional security and privacy is, in security, you're dealing with outright cyber criminals, perhaps, whereas in privacy, we are dealing with tech companies which have highly sophisticated engineers who specialize in this kind of like manipulation that you call dark patterns. So in the privacy space, where do you see usability going, where at least you have the tool of like the law to use? Like these companies are not completely immune to laws and regulations. And then in that context, do you see some hope that if there is a nutrition label for privacy or for cookies, is that something that is even worth engaging in? Because a lot of effort of new laws and regulations focuses on building these kind of...
No, I do agree with you. I think laws and regulations can be very effective, but I think the mistake that we've made in the past is to not basically following it through. And the implementation, basically the devil is in the implementation. And what we're seeing is there's only a small number of very honest players. But I think it's interesting. We're now seeing more of them that are really quite honest and come forward and say, look, you can say no, right? That right at the front pop up and say, you can say no. And I see this growing. But the manipulative part, of course, is I think between that and what the attackers are doing, that's just a continuum. It's the same techniques, that are being used That was really the point I was trying to make. And that if you're becoming, in a non-criminal sense, you're becoming used to those techniques, then of course you're much more vulnerable when the attackers start to apply them. And that's something we should be aware of, So this really it comes at a price, And attackers are just incredible at innovation, learning, and applying these things. And I honestly think is that, if you talk, I've talked to some of these people in this big company, and they're kind of aware, and I think they're also starting to think, because some of these techniques have started tipping people into addiction, into literally addictive behavior. If you look in the gaming space, shopping space, in social media, things have escalated into things. I think they're starting to realize what they're doing there, and hopefully we'll start. But it's always when it comes to interacting with those things, I'm always stunned. It's always the most tech-savvy people who most limit their children's access to these kind of services in those interactions, because they know what it does. And it is, I think really is if people are just falling into these habits without being aware of what they're doing, we have to stop that. I think it's, it's a bad thing.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a kind of follow-up question to that. I know that in the GDPR and the CCPA that they're trying to move towards more of a that you have to opt into the consent instead of defaulting the opt-in. But I notice that when research looks at this, that there's a huge dramatic decrease in anybody that wants to opt in. It's more like people just go with whatever the default is. Have you seen any kind of research on something that's maybe a midway between that, where you're actually capturing the real choices of users versus just whatever's default?
Right. As I just said, I'm seeing some companies now that are starting to just really be absolutely honest, and upfront about this, and telling people you can't. But I think in terms of the dark patterns and companies carrying on doing this, using these manipulation types of things in order to get more eyeballs and things. It's the only way of really dealing with that is most people are not, most users, we see this in studies, they're not aware of what they do, of the decision they're making at that one particular point. And that is like, there's a whole area coming, like I have a colleague now at Bochum, Ruhr University Bochum, who is the professor of digital sovereignty. And in Europe, this is now becoming a big thing. And that means that you've got very targeted education and communication, particularly to younger people, about actually preserving your independence and actually preserving your choice and the ability to make decisions. I think it's a hugely interesting area. Potentially, of course, is what you get down the line is also then socially people banding together to do this. There is communities, local authorities will have to reinvent themselves in the digital space, right? And they could say, we're doing our own internet access, thank you very much, and we're controlling the perimeter. Our citizens decide what data go outside and what doesn't. You could have unionization. I think in Europe, the consumer protection bodies are a lot more powerful. They have more funding, and they are fairly powerful, and they're starting to actually offer their interested consumers tools and ways of putting, and people start to actually organize and do groups around that, and do crypto parties, and how do I use the secure messenger parties and things like that. I think those kind of movements could move things towards digital sovereignty. It's a really interesting space.
I'm Barry Liebe. Thank you very much for the talk. One of the things that you raised is something that I've been also saying for 20 years or so. We have to stop asking users questions they're not qualified to answer. I get a lot of pushback on that. If the user has to tell us what the user wants. And yeah, if you tell the user your bank security certificate has a problem, what do you want to do? They're going to say, I want to go to my bank. But we seem to be getting some awareness of that. There's a related thing that I see often in best practices documents of tell the user. And What are your thoughts on extending that don't ask the user questions they're not qualified to answer to don't tell users things they're not qualified to understand? What are your thoughts on that part of it?
I think we need to get, I'm not saying, I've never said users don't need to learn new things in the digital age. I always said they do, but it's a 10%, it's sort of, I come from a human factors background, and it's like 90% you design it, so it's human, it fits human capabilities and limitations, and 10%, is your training, you're giving the user some knowledge, some skills that they can apply to actually working better with that system. And I think we've completely used this security awareness and advice space. It's just so full of garbage, right? And there's just no control of what you're telling. If we could break it down to really basic steps, and we could get experts working together, and then have clear channels of communication. In the UK, they've gotten this way. There's the NCSC is the National Technical Authority, and God help you as a government department if you give any security advice that contradicts what the NCSC says. It's not that they're not prepared to discuss it with things like that, but they say don't go out there and rush out and make a pronouncement, when you're not the experts on it. And I jokingly said, giving incorrect security advice should be a criminal offense, right? And, all those people who are doing this, change your passwords, the most important thing you can do is a strong password, and then people follow that and use it everywhere. I mean, this kind of, we need to clear up this space. If we could do that, then I think we can talk to users, but I think we need to clear out the space and really start with a program. It's why I often use the label digital fitness. I don't even call it security, but can we please build skills and habits, to make people help them to get fit for the digital age.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the enlightening talk and the great conversation, and congratulate again on the award. So I don't want to stand between you and the coffee break, so let's take a break. I'll be back at 10:20 to hear the paper talks. Second time today. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Let's get started on the paper session today. We're gonna welcome our first presenter today, Lucas, to talk about his paper. Please.
Thank you, everyone. Do I just go? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Hi, everyone. First paper presenter on the first day. This will be pretty good. It's an honor. Thank you. So my name's Lucas Betts. I'm a co-author on this paper. I'm a doctoral candidate at the University of Auckland in New Zealand. And today I'm going to be presenting some cool research that we've done, or more importantly, I'm going to be presenting the findings of our cool research. So the paper is The Impact of Workload on Phishing Susceptibility, an Experiment, and by CJ Zhua and co-authors. So phishing, I'm not going to go into it too much. I'd like to think that we all know what it is. But even though we know what it is, we've seen these kinds of emails, the good ones and the bad ones. And a lot of people have tried to research it, but it's still a pervasive threat, and it's discussed very frequently. But it still remains effective at separating individuals from their money, despite the things that we've tried. And it's still worth looking into. And what I want everyone to do, make it a bit interactive, is I'd like everyone to put your hand up if you know someone, or yourself maybe, that has fallen victim to a phishing attack in terms of losing information or money. Probably quite a few of us. And some of us won't put our hands up because it hasn't been reported to us. We don't know about it. There's still an issue when it comes to reporting. But my mum clicked on one of them. That was fun. And then when it comes to why people click on phishing emails, there are many factors that might influence susceptibility. So in an SOK paper that was done by our research team, these are just a few of the factors that might come into play, but we looked at some long-term stable factors like the user's knowledge of phishing and what to look for. Also, like their personality and their habits, whether or not they just click every email, or maybe they don't read their emails at all. And then also things like demographic. And then there are also some in-the-moment some in-the-moment factors, like the cognitive effort that you're putting in at the time. Maybe you're very tired. And then also the persuasion methods of the email. If an email's telling me that something really bad's going to happen to my son, well, I don't have a son, so it's not going to work. And then also visual presentation as well. We're all kind of taught, if the spelling and grammar's poor, then maybe that's something to look at. But one of the things that all of these factors sort of flow into is it's to do with decision making. So for knowledge and education, it's how much we know, and that affects how we make our decision when it comes to interacting with these sorts of phishing emails. But then what happens when our decision making is impaired? So we have all the right training, we have the right personality, security experts, we know what we're doing. We might be in the right demographic, but if our decision making is impaired, then maybe something else goes on. And we found some research that looked at high workload and its influence on decision making. So studies have found that if you increase the workload of a user, it can lead to errors. It can decrease their decision making efficiency and reduce their work performance or lower their work performance. So we know that if we can influence workload, we might be able to influence the decision making, which would influence these factors that lead to susceptibility to phishing. And then we looked at what had been done in this realm. We'd found some standalone surveys, some papers that had looked at users giving their knowledge on phishing susceptibility under workload, and they can be kind of subject to a bit of confirmation bias. And also, we had some scenario-based email judgment studies where users are asked to judge a series of emails under varying workload, and they're told, is this phishing or is it not? And they're good, but they don't always reflect real-world behaviors because that's not our job. Our job isn't to decide if emails are phishing or not. And then there's also the post-campaign workload surveys. So like was mentioned earlier, we have these immersive phishing campaigns, and then afterwards we might ask the user who clicked, were you busy at the time? And they'll say, of course I was busy, I'm a really hard worker. And so it relies heavily on the participant's self-recollection and their own judgment of events. And there are varied results that have been found. And what we wanted to do is we wanted to find a way to manipulate the workload and validate the manipulated workload and emulate the real-world environment that these users might be in when they're responding to phishing. That might involve actioning emails based on a primary task and giving them a real workload that we can check. And we wanted to study the importance of workload and influencing attention when faced with phishing in a real environment. And based on the research gaps, we conducted a user study involving an immersive in-lab phishing simulation to answer the question, does workload influence phishing susceptibility? So how do we do that? We gave the users a scenario-based role-play task. Because we needed to more closely simulate their interaction with emails in the real world, we gave them a primary task that isn't relevant to cybersecurity. We didn't prime them at all. We said they're a temporary office worker and they're organizing an event, and funnily enough, the event was an academic conference. Their job was to organize the speakers, get the venue, deal with the budget. And they must read and respond to emails and perform data entry and more. So their primary task is to organize this conference. And they're also told, well, you need to manage the other emails that come in. General administrative emails need to be managed. And we had a hidden task as well that we didn't tell them about, which is that they would face phishing emails and they would have to deal with them in the moment. And by doing it in a lab setting, it allowed us to really accurately control this workload. And for our phishing emails that we sent them, introduce it now, we had two different types. We had some that were important and, relevant phishing emails, things that were relevant to the primary task. It might be sharing a document or a budget, the kind of thing that the user was primed to do. And then there are some less relevant phishing emails that we gave them, which are not to do with the primary task, but might still be administrative. And for the study setup, we sat our users down in front of a computer. We gave them the task on a screen, and then we also checked some physiological metrics. So we used an eye tracker to track eye movement in areas of interest, and eye movement data such as fixation duration and fixation rate could help us assess the participant's cognitive workload. And then the area of interest on the screen was to determine what the user was actually doing. What are they reading? What are they looking at? And there also were a health tracker on their wrist. It looks just like a little bit of a ugly watch. And we use that to record skin conductance. And skin conductance measurements can be used to assess cognitive load, physiological arousal, and stress. And so if we see more of these conductance peaks in a certain time period, it implies greater emotional intensity and stress, like I mentioned. And then afterwards, we also performed a NASA TLX questionnaire to assess the perceived workload of the user in that environment. But a lot of these metrics don't share between individuals. One uses, baseline stress, and another uses baseline stress might not be the same, and it's very hard to relate them. So we used it within subjects design. Participants would experience 2 workload conditions: a low workload condition that had 15 emails, and a high workload condition that had 30 emails. And these 2 conditions both had the same task, the same primary task, but just different workload. And we varied the order of these, and we checked there was no ordering effect. Each workload session is just 15 minutes long. We had 26 participants. And we did find that in the high workload session that the user's actual workload, the one that we monitored, was about double what it was in the low workload. And then what we wanted to look at, to answer our research question, we did observe some interactions such as email reading time, their link hovering behavior, and their link clicking behaviors. And then we also looked at physiological metrics to confirm the workload between conditions. We didn't just want to vary it and then say, yep, that's good enough. We wanted to actually make sure that they were a little bit more stressed under high workload, and to track their physiological response when dealing with the emails. So for the user interface, we gave them a highly instrumented email inbox. It's very similar to what we've seen. Yes, I'm not a designer, but it's still an email inbox. It has emails. The users were told how to interact with the email inbox. They can action their emails, like replying or forwarding. Data entry on the bottom left. So let's say a speaker says, oh, I can't arrive until a Thursday, and you need to write that down. Well, that's the kind of thing that the participant would be writing down. They also have the ability to report suspicious emails. So there is a report button, but it's about as big as a normal report button would be. And then anytime the user clicked the link or an attachment, it opened up in a browser on the right. And the reason we had to keep everything on the same screen is because of those areas of interest. If the user starts clicking around really quickly, we don't quite know what they're looking at. So by keeping it all together in one place, we can track areas of interest. So what do we find from this? Well, we found high and workload were significantly different. So as mentioned, in high workload, there were higher skin conductance peaks count per time period, and also higher fixation duration. And that does indicate the higher cognitive workload that the users were in the high workload condition. We also found a higher NASA TLX score, so the users did perceive that they were under a little bit more stress. The fixation rate, we didn't find any significant results. So for the results, now our first hypothesis that users would spend less time reading each email under high workload, that was supported. We found statistical significance. Participants hovering over links less when under high workload for that link hovering behavior, we found no statistical significance. But for our third hypothesis, that participants will click on phishing links and attachments more under high workload compared to low, we found the opposite of what we expected. We expected users to be more susceptible in high workload, and we found that in low workload, they were clicking on the links more. And we wanted to find out why. So participants were more likely to click on those relevant phishing emails in high workload. They were task focused. They found the ones that were relevant and they clicked on it. And we didn't find a difference in low workload. And we also found that users spend a lot more time on each email, reading the body of the email in low workload than in high workload. What we found is that they just had more time. They were just interacting, and it led to more risky interactions with these emails. And so what we did find overall is that workload affects phishing susceptibility, and the attention to emails does change between low and high workload. Their phishing susceptibility is affected by workload, but not in the intuitive direction. There's still more work needed. Thank you. And then there are still some implications of that, but I think I've run out of time. So thank you very much for listening. I appreciate being the first speaker.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Barry Leba. Did I understand correctly? This seems very interesting that when they had more time to spend on the mail, rather than having that contribute to their understanding, it contributed instead to their interaction with it and
Yeah,
clicking.
correct. So yeah, it's exactly
Counterintuitive and very interesting.
very counterintuitive. Yeah, so when users had that additional time, when they were they didn't have anything more to do on their primary task, and they were staring at their email inbox, the users were, oh, I'll go back and look at that one that wasn't quite primary task. Oh, it's a good flight. I'll just click on it. So we did find that users would start to interact with risky emails a bit more in the low workload condition.
Sorry if you said this already, but I just want to check. Did you only do link clicking as a way for phishing, or did you also include attachments and data entry as well?
We did attachments, but not data entry. So we did link clicking and interaction with attachments. So we had some dodgy looking like PDF or executable links as well, and we counted that as being phished.
Awesome, thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Daniel, and I wanted to ask, you mentioned that you had eye tracking to look at different parts of the emails. Can you go into just what kind of areas were the people interested in when they were trying to make their decisions?
Well, I'd have to check with the primary author because I think he looked into that a little bit more, and also the paper, which you should all go read, goes into it a little bit more. But I think for the most part, users were doing the whole looking really close and see if the E's are backwards or something to see if, so they were looking at the body of the email. They weren't really looking at the subject, and they definitely weren't looking at the, hovering over the links and checking where it actually went. We all know emails have HTML, you can have a vanity URL and something else behind it, and users just weren't checking that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's thank the speaker again.
Thank you.
Welcome up. To move this chair. I've been stuck on this for like 3 times. Okay, we have our next speaker, Michael. Yeah, please.
Hello, my name is Michael Clark. I'm with the Brigham Young University Computer Science Department's Internet Security Research Lab. And I'd like to talk today about a comparison of 3 approaches to assist users in memorizing system-assigned passwords. So, is there a clicker here?
Yeah, that one.
Okay. There we go. So, random passwords aren't very memorable. And that's a problem because they have some unique advantages. In particular, randomly generated passwords have a known level of security. The attackers don't have any advantage in attacking guessing one randomly generated password over another if they're generated with the same parameters. Also, along with other passwords, they don't have anything to carry. They're easy to reset, unlike fingerprints, and they don't require any special sensors. This has led to quite a few different research systems investigating how to make these memorable, especially focusing on memory techniques. One of the most popular of which is the method of loci. Now, the method of loci involves, it's also called the memory palace or a memory journey. It involves imagining a fixed scene or journey, and you think of an arbitrary thing that you would like to remember at a fixed location. As you go along this journey, you think of these things in order. In this room, for example, I could put an apple up in that upper left corner if this was a very familiar environment to me. Now, there's been some research systems which have actually inverted the method of loci. Instead of having an arbitrary thing at a fixed location, they have an arbitrary journey to things at fixed locations. Now, these method of loci-inspired systems seem to kind of have this base assumption that a journey, a path to a location is easier to remember than the things that are at that location. But does the location actually help? So let's talk for a moment about Sequest then. Consensus, a blockchain company, developed Sequest to help users to memorize a brain wallet passphrase. So what's a brain wallet then? The idea behind a brain wallet is you memorize a 128-bit random number, which is then used as a cryptography seed to generate everything needed to access a cryptocurrency wallet. It's usually represented as 12 random words, and if you've ever tried to memorize a 12-word passphrase, you might agree that it's maybe not super memorable. So Consensus developed this open source high-fidelity system to make it really easy to turn these 12-word passphrases into a memory journey, a method of loci-inspired system. And they spent about $1 million on developers and artists, so it makes a great system for us to change for our research and to ask that question. So when using it, you would go into encode key, and you would type in your 12-word brain wallet, randomly generated brain wallet seed. Now, this here is 5 words. All the pictures here are from our research prototype. And it makes sure that the words are in the dictionary, that this is a proper key. And then it generates a path for you. It starts off and says, okay, you need to go to the Dino Park first there, and then second to the apartment. In the full system, it has six scenes that you go to. And you load in, it says, okay, these are the actions that you're going to be taking in this scene. And when you load, you have your little avatar with the blue shirt there in the middle. You've got 16 different white spots. You can only see 4 here, which are places that you can click on to make a change. And then in the lower right, you see the pterosaur screeching. That's our next target, and a little blue pin that also highlights that. So we click on the pterosaur. It's currently playing a little ukulele. That's the default state, and we click on screeching. We do this 4 more times. We finish off the world. We do the next world. Yay, we've encoded our seed. Okay. You repeat this to learn your path, etc., until it gets very comfortable to you. In decode mode, there's no help. The system doesn't know what your seed is. And so all of the actions that you take, the worlds that you click on, etc., are what's used to build this seed. And so the intention was to use this for recovery. So our research questions: is a 3D system that allows you to move around better than a 2-dimensional system? Does the position of elements in the scene even matter? This is that method of loci-inspired assertion. Are these sequest paths more memorable than passphrases? And also, do passphrases or sequest paths last longer in memory? So to test these, we created 3 different derived systems from the base system. First off, we've already talked about the 3D system there on the bottom. It's just a little bit cut down, but otherwise basically the same system. In the upper right, we have a 2-dimensional, very faithful clone of the system. The two should be virtually interchangeable. Everything is in the same location. And then in the upper left, we actually deliberately broke location. Not only did we present all of the items in a list, but we also took that list, and every single time a user interacted with it, we re-randomized the list so that they would know, I can't use the location of something in this list as a memory aid. I have to find some other way to remember this. So each participant was given a 5-word passphrase to type in. We also told them to memorize this passphrase as if it were the only code to a safe containing thousands of dollars. And also, we asked them to remember it in a follow-up study. Each participant also got one of the 3 system variants. We used a between subjects approach because we didn't want to fatigue our participants. And also, there was possible concerns about an interference effect in memorizing multiple paths, which is a very interesting question, but not one that we could fit inside this study. We recruited 300 Mechanical Turk workers, and then we followed up after 7 and after 30 days. That way we could see if there was a difference in how fast the path or the passphrase was forgotten. What did we learn? Well, we found no significant differences between any of the 3 systems, which was surprising because we tried to break it. Now, and that holds for usability and memorability. Now, this figure here shows what happens if we ran the analysis accepting that maybe order doesn't really matter. Participants got some of the right things even if they didn't remember the proper order. They won't get the correct password in the end, but there is a slight p-value is about 0.08, so suggestive but inconclusive evidence that maybe 3D could be better. Digging into a bit further with post-hoc analysis, we find that that effect is almost completely accounted for in that in 3D mode, participants were more likely to remember which scenes, which worlds to click on. And if you click on the wrong world, well, the things to click on within it just don't exist. So also, paths versus passphrases. Again, for perfect recall, no significant difference. That's at the top of this graph here. And also, they forgot the path and the passphrase at about the same rate. But there was a rather interesting effect that we found, which is that when participants didn't perfectly recall their paths or their passphrases, they tended to recall a p-value of less than 0.0001, so very, very significant. They recalled much more of their path than of their passphrase. And so we call that effect durability. These paths are more durable. They stick better in memory. So what does this all mean? Well, we found that spatial memory wasn't used by participants, which is a bit surprising. The method of low science pirate systems says, hey, paths will be better. We also found that cheaper interfaces, 2D interfaces, might be adequate for researching these path-based systems, because we didn't find a difference in usability or memory. And finally, we've got this interesting durability effect. Maybe that could be used for error-correcting authentication, where participants don't have to get their authenticator perfect, just mostly correct, and then we can retrain them on their authenticator. So some areas of further research that I'd like to see. First off, this error-correcting authentication is kind of interesting. Authentication is already probabilistic. If you have a randomly generated 3 strikes, 4-digit PIN, an attacker has a 0.03% chance of correctly guessing. And that's randomly generated PINs. So we're not talking about Zipf's law here. Also, I'd like to see more research in randomly generated passwords. There's been some already, but I think that there's a lot of room to improve the usability of these. And they have a known security level, which can be something that users very much want. Also, I'd like to see more of this research into randomly generated passwords identify generalizable results. I show how to do that in our paper, where we compared the influence of design changes on the system and the effects of that on the memorability. We didn't find a difference, but that's interesting and something that can be generalized, that there is not a difference here. And comparing our paper with a few other papers in the field, there's this suggestive result that maybe representation doesn't matter, but the memory techniques might have a much stronger effect, which contradicts the 7 plus or minus 2 paper suggestions. In summary, we recruited 300 Mechanical Turk workers. We gave each a 5-word passphrase and one of our 3 systems. We found that 3-dimensionality and position did not improve memorability. But we did find this durability effect. More of the path was retained than the password. And finally, there's this suggestive evidence in context of other papers that how we represent the entropy might not actually matter nearly as much as other approaches. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Okay.
Hi, thanks for the talk. This is like a very stupid question. Why not a password manager?
I think password managers are fantastic, but oftentimes password managers are secured with a primary password. And it's great if those are generated randomly very strong because it's protecting all your other secrets. So you still need a very strong secure password.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I want to follow up on that, so on the password manager, because one of the implication is you were talking about is about the randomly generated password, right? So a lot of the password managers, especially the ones embedded into the browsers, like the Safari or Chrome, sometimes when you're signing up an account, it suggested this kind of randomly generated password. And then they call that strong password. You know, if you look at that, it seems to be okay. So what's your thought on that?
I really like the password managers generating passwords for you. I use that feature myself. I know that not everybody who uses a password manager does, which is unfortunate because that would definitely improve security. It kind of turns this password, something that you know, into something that you have, which is access to your password manager. But again, you still need a password to secure most password managers. And there's the convenience benefits of nothing to carry. For example, using an online password manager which synchronizes, then you just need to remember your password, your master password, to log into the password manager. And I really like that advantage of nothing to carry. And some users definitely do as well. So there's some advantages to still focusing on these randomly generated passwords to secure your password manager.
Great, thank you. Let's thank the speaker again. Yeah, please. So for other speakers, there's a clicker right here. So you have to click on this a green button, and then the notes and the presenter view will show up on that screen. So for the next speaker, we have Jingwei Tan. So please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jingwei Tan. I'm here to present our work on password manager usability, and which was done in collaboration with researchers at Clark University and the George Washington University. So password managers are secure tools that can generate, store, and autofill your password for you. And with the growing number of websites, users need to remember more and more credentials. And password managers are essential there to help users to keep their password free, to keep their accounts safe from attack. Despite the clear need for password managers, they have seen limited adoption. Prior work has found that usability is a major factor in whether users choose to use a password manager or not. So the goal of our research is to observe that what sort of usability issues a user may encounter on real-world websites. Are usability issues uncommon, or users are likely going to experience them? Our research questions are as follows. 1, during registration and authentication, how prevalent are usability issues when using password managers with their default configurations? 2, which password generation approaches can password managers adopt to maximize their compatibility to the websites? And finally, what password policy can websites adopt to maximize their compatibility to password managers? During our study, we manually tested a representative set of password managers on a representative set of websites. And for password managers, we first chose Chrome and Safari, since they are by far the most popular web browsers. And after that, we chose Bitwarden, a popular open source password manager, and Keeper, a popular commercial password manager. We plan to study the prevalence of usability issues associated with account creation and authentication. Based on data from Carnegie Mellon University's Security Behavior Observatory, people have many accounts on those low traffic websites. So only doing experiment on high traffic websites is not a fair game. So we randomly chose 100 websites from the list to test on. From the 100 websites, we successfully create credentials on 60 of them. The rest are, sometimes we can't get the connection, and sometimes it asks for information we can't provide, such as a bank account. They will ask you for SSN, and it's not a good idea to fake 4 SSNs in there. And here's our result. Well, crucially, every password we tested has issue on more than a quarter of websites. And notably, Keeper performed the worst, having registration or authentication on 61% of the website we tested. Bitwarden has 39% of the issue, and Safari has 30%, and lastly, Chrome has 28%. And additionally, to understand how password composition policies play an important role in usability issues, we found that 32% of the tested websites rejected a password from at least one of the 4 password managers we tested. 22% of the password Keeper generated was rejected, Bitwarden 13%, Safari 12%, and notably Chrome only 2%. And let's see an example where password get rejected. This is using Bitwarden on Costco wholesale. You see, by default, Bitwarden doesn't include a symbol in the password generation. And Costco says we want a symbol, so this won't work. Next one is Keeper on Delta. And Delta says we specifically don't want the @ sign and a smaller sign in the password, and this won't work. Next one is Safari. Safari by default includes dashes in the password. And sadly, Capital One Shopping says you have to choose one of the symbols from this list we gave you, and it doesn't include a dash. So this won't work either. Well, we also encountered other usability issues. Normally, a password manager will prompt you to generate a password when it detects a password field. And sometimes, and most of the time, it will happen the same when you're auto-filling the password. But sometimes you don't get a prompt. We also find that some password manager may not fill the registration or authentication form correctly. This including filling into the wrong field or not filling the whole thing. More frequently, when a website requires a username, the password managers will decide to fill in an email. And that won't work because they want that specific customized user ID you created on the registration. And another problem we encountered is specifically with Keeper. So Keeper is a subscription-only password manager. However, you get 1 month of free trial. So after that 1 month free trial, we figured we are locked out of our account on the web browser, like the browser plugin. The only way to access the password you generated is to download their mobile app. So if you don't have a mobile app and you only use the browser plugin, there's no way for you to get back your password unless you subscribe to it. So what are our next steps and suggestions? To help user adopt stronger credentials, we recommend website operators to help user adopt password managers. And website operators should revise their password policy to adhere to NIST's last digital identity guidelines. And to increase password manager usabilities, we recommend web operators to allow user to log in with an email instead of a customer ID like a username. And lastly, we suggest website operators to test password managers on their websites. And NIST stands for National Institute of Standard and Technology. And what is NIST's guidance? First, both website and password managers should allow all printable ASCII characters. And they should allow at least 64 characters to be in the password. That means if a user wants to generate 64 characters in the password manager should allow it, and website should accept it. And finally, websites should not impose other composition rules, such as a character class requirement. And research shows that composition rules do not improve security. And we also have advice for password manager developers. First, test password managers on diverse real-world websites to know if they work sufficiently with a broad range of websites. And second, during our study, we found that Chrome and Safari used cross-sourcing to change their password generation based on the website, and we suggest other password managers to do the same. And very importantly, oops, can I go back? If cross-sourcing is not possible, we recommend not making randomly chosen punctuation part of the default configuration. Bitword used this approach where it doesn't include a symbol by default, and it does works better than Keeper. We counted 57 password managers using Google Search. Google Search, Google Play, iOS App Store, and macOS App Store. Instead of giving a general solution, start using a password manager, we suggest use one of the password managers we researched. From our research, we did see fewer issues with Chrome, Safari, Bitwarden than Keeper. So that we recommend Chrome, Safari, Bitwarden over Keeper. Prior work has found that usability issues limit the adoption of password managers, but we didn't know how prevalent are these issues from a user's perspective. Our research shows that the usability issues are pretty common, where we find issues on more than a quarter of the websites. which is highly significant considering the amount of accounts users have. And website and password managers, developers, can help increase the adoption of password managers by mitigating these usability issues. And that's it.
Thank you very much. I'm Joe Hall from the Internet Society. There's two ways to ask this. One is in the form of a question, one is in the form of a statement. I may do both, and it's slightly unfair. Are you thinking about including passkeys in any future studies, if you have anything future planned? I guess the statement is there's a really fun natural experiment going on right now with passkeys used in password managers, and it's kind of a, I don't know what adjective to use. It's a little frustrating, but it might be really interesting to study. So I'm just wondering what your thoughts are with passkeys use in password managers.
By passkeys, do you mean those the new one that you take out the phone and scan the QR code and the phone scans your face?
Yeah, it's essentially supposed to
Yes,
ground your.
We did look into that in the beginning of our research, but in our work, we did not specifically talk about that.
Understood. Thanks. It might be fun.
Hi, thanks for your talk. Had a question. You mentioned that suggestion to let users use their email address, instead of a username, if I understood that correctly. And that is that motivated? Is it easier to people remember? And I wonder, is there a privacy issue there with people being able to link your accounts more easily? So I just wanted a little bit. Can you say a little bit more background on that recommendation?
Okay, so the problem of using the username is because the password managers tend to catch your login credentials when you are registering on a website domain. So if you use a username or like a user ID, the password manager will always try to catch the email address. And in the login, it will try to log in with the user's email address and the password. And some websites don't accept email address to be part of the kind of like a username to log in. You have to use the exact username you created when you're doing the registration. So that decreased the compatibility of the password managers to the website.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I wanted to ask specifically about how did you choose, were the websites that that users went to go and register and try out these the password manager, were those chosen randomly, or did you choose them, and how did you choose them if you did choose them?
So we have a routine. Basically, I think you're talking about the registration phase, since you're talking about
to go to these different websites where potentially that the manager might make a mistake. How did you come? Did the users go to those and decide, or did you pick those? And how did you go do that without any bias, specifically?
So we first randomly chose 100 websites from a list of the websites that the Carnegie Mellon University, the SBO data on, and then we go to there and try to register for it. We put in the first name and last name, those kind of registration information, and when the cursor goes to the password field, except Bitword where it doesn't prompt, and others usually will prompt you, and if it doesn't, we will log it, and if it doesn't prompt us, we will log it, and we will try to get it generate the password. But however, sometimes the password managers fail to generate the password no matter what.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's thank the speaker again. So next we have Elena.
Okay. Okay, good. So hello everyone, my name is Elena von Kempen, and I'm from the University of California, Irvine. So today I will present Under Pressure, Effectiveness and Usability of the Apple Pencil as a Biometric Authentication Tool. So first of all, why is the Apple Pencil interesting for handwriting authentication specifically? So the Apple Pencil already contains sensors that can be used to record the dynamic biometrics of handwriting, so a pressure sensor and some capacitor. It is a widespread device already, so in the first 2024 fiscal quarter, Apple made more than 7 billion in iPad sales. The sales of Apple Pencil are not detailed because they lump it into accessories. It can provide more options to users, like it's an alternative authentication method and extra security for online signatures. So for example, now everybody uses DocuSign, where you have to sign, but most of the time you just click on a button and you sign. So here's some background on the Apple Pencil. So when you write, from the moment you put the pencil down on the screen until you lift it up, that is considered a stroke. And each stroke is composed of touches, which are all the data points that you put on the screen. If you were to use your finger and the iPad, like the developer would have access to the X and Y position of your finger on the tablet. But if you use the pencil, you also have access to the altitude, the azimuth, and the force. So we based our research on the following questions. First of all, how effective is handwriting authentication when using data from the Apple Pencil sensors? Which type of input would give the best accuracy when implementing handwriting authentication? What could the enrollment process consist of, and how would handwriting authentication be received by users? For our data collection, we got 30 participants who are all undergraduate and graduate college students. And we used the iPad Air 4 and Apple Pencil 2, which we provided to the participants. So we asked each participant to write 21 different inputs, and for each input, they wrote it 5 different times. So in total, we had 105 writing samples per participant. And after all this data collection, we gave each participant a survey questionnaire so they can answer some questions about their experience. The inputs we tested are the participant's first name. This is to stand as a signature because for privacy purposes, we did not want to collect their actual signatures. Digits from 0 to 9, 6 lowercase words, the same words uppercase, short sentences, long sentences, and simple drawings or doodles such as like a cat, a fish, and a bird. So here is our application interface. So we developed this application to collect the data. So you can see here the participant's name is Freddie, and the participant is prompted to write their name. So they write Freddie, and when they're done, they can save the blue button to save handwriting sample and go on to the next sample. So the Apple Pencil sends data to the iPad regularly every few seconds, like milliseconds. And the UIKit framework from Apple provides us the X and Y position, the force, azimuth, and altitude. We also recorded a timestamp for each data point from the very first data point of the sample until the last one. This is also to analyze, for example, like how slow or how fast the participants were writing. So here you can see an example. So you have, this displays the force recorded by the Apple Pencil when writing the digits from 0 to 9 by 2 participants. So in yellow and red is the same participants writing 0 to 9, and light blue and dark blue, again, the same, like a different one, writing from 0 to 9. So even just that, you can see the difference in the biometrics. So we used a time series classification using MiniRocket, which is available online. And globally, to summarize our result, we found high accuracy for text-dependent models. So here I displayed the accuracy of binary models trained on all lowercase and uppercase words. So there are 30 models, 1 for each participant. And you can see most of them have above 99% accuracy and not displayed, but the F1 score was also usually above 0.9. Then, so we wanted to analyze per input, because usually previous works only analyzed mostly like signatures, but this involves the user actually writing the signature. Maybe in some application you don't need to actually write your signature, you can write any word. So writing the name was very efficient, so this sends us signature. It may be because it was different for each participant. So like out of 30 participants, the first name was almost unique, instead of the words where they're writing the same word, all of them. But for words or sentences, we still had quite high accuracy. You see in each case above 99% accuracy and F1 score almost always above 0.9, especially for short sentence and long sentences, which may be because we have more data points. However, the drawings were less accurate. You see the F1 score is lower at 0.8 something and 0.7. So maybe simple drawings are not good enough to authenticate users. You may need more detailed drawings or no drawings at all. But globally, the F1 score was above 0.9 for 16 of the 21 written inputs. So this is promising because we did the training on 3 writing samples per users and testing on the 2 others. So even with a very limited amount of training data, the accuracy was high. Then we quickly tested handwriting forgery. So here we focus on skilled forgery. So skilled forgery is in opposition with random forgery. So in skilled forgery, the forger has access to a writing sample from the victim, and the forger can practice beforehand as long as they want, and then try to forge the handwriting. We had here 5 forgers and 6 victims. And so you can see for some victims, there was a very high success rate of forgery. So victim 1, 21.3% of the forgeries were successful. But for some others, victim 4, 5, and 6, no forgeries were successful. One thing to note is that forgers wrote much slower than their victims. So this may be useful if we want to implement defenses against forgery. So also to note, real-life adversaries may be better forgers, so techniques to improve robustness against forgeries must be implemented. So now I will present the results from the survey that we gave users afterwards. So first we asked users how they felt about using the Apple Pencil as a device. Since most our participants were all college students, they have more experience than the standard person with using this kind of device, but still some of them never used an Apple Pencil before. So first we asked them if they agree with the statement that the Apple Pencil was easy to use, and you can see that most of them do strongly agree that it's easy to use, just use and you can write. And then we asked if using the Apple Pencil felt comfortable throughout the experiment. Here, most of them agree, but we still have a few disagree. And indeed, while we were letting the participants write, a few of them told us like they were starting to get tired and their hand was cramping, but this may be due to the length of the study, since they had to write 105 samples. So now we asked participants what was their favorite input. So the first one was words. Where we can think it's because it's simple, you just write a random word, it's easy, it's fast, and you're done. The second was doodles. We think that is for the fun aspect because the doodles took much longer time to draw than just writing a word. Then 70% of the participants thought that handwriting authentication was simple, and one commented that it felt as easy as any other system. And 70% found writing a few words to be fast. So if we're thinking back to like the enrollment process where you have to be physically here and write, if you're just writing 3 to 5 words, it would take a participant on average 30 seconds, which they think is okay, and you would still be able to get a good accuracy. Now finally, we asked participants if they had any security and privacy concerns with handwriting authentication in the Apple Pencil. So we asked if they agree or not with the statements that they felt that using handwriting biometric data is very secure, and that they're concerned that someone would forge their handwriting. So you see in both cases, the results are they're a little all over, with mostly neutral. So we think it may be because participants actually do not know what security and privacy, like what it involves in this context. So they would need to see maybe newspaper articles or proof that it's secure and private. So to conclude, the data from the Apple Pencil can be used to accurately identify users from their handwriting, and text inputs are more accurate at this time than drawings. Participants had a globally positive opinion of handwriting authentication, but concerns exist regarding the possibility of handwriting forgery. So, yeah, thank you, and let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you for your talk. I just had one question where you mentioned that you were measuring time on the first data entry point till the last. So I'm not much aware about the Apple device which you have used because I have not used it personally. But how do you actually calculate time in such granularity when we are actually having the first data point until the last?
So you receive the data points regularly, like on some frequency, I think it goes up to 240 hertz of frequency. And we just put a timer basically like in the app.
Okay.
I didn't make the app, my colleague did. But yeah, and for each data point that the iPad receives, we just recorded a timestamp.
And that is done not through the Apple system, but something which you have designed it.
It's like from the Apples, and it's just like a simple like time stamp.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We have time for one short question. Yeah.
Can you please expand on the forgery aspect of this? What information were the forgers given, and what kind of were forgers just random participants, or were they specialized in some way that might be able to, be more apt at writing a forged, signature?
So thank you. So the forgers were just study participants. We could not find like specialists of handwriting forgery, and they were given a sample. Like we also victims were forgery participants. It was voluntary if they agreed to be victims or not. So they gave us a handwriting sample, and we gave that to the forgers for each word. And then the forger, we told them you can practice as long as you want, and once you feel comfortable, like once you want to do it, then you go ahead.
Thank you. Let's thank the speaker again. Next, we have Hank Lee with us. So this requires a little bit of setup because of the format of the slides. So just give us 1 minute.
Wait a second. Give the audio output. Audio output should be audio. Sorry.
This one, radical USB.
Radical.
Yeah. And then you should have.
All right, and then I'll play in full screen. That's interesting. So, I think I'm mirroring right now. So, just a quick setup. Displaying. Oops. All right. Now I think I have the extended one. It's still mirroring my monitor, right? Let me quickly set it up. I think we have to arrange stop monitoring. Stop monitor. Stop mirroring. And all right, sorry about the setup. All right, thanks again for bearing with me my setup. All right, let's get started. Hi everyone, I'm Hank Lee. I'm a PhD student at Carnegie Mellon University. So on behalf of my co-authors, I'd like to share our work in designing and implementing audio captcha using a virtual machine learning. So let's dive right in. No, yeah, I should use mine. All right, so captcha is a technique used to distinguish between humans and bots, right? To prevent automated spam abuse, for example, to block bots from creating fake accounts or scraping web content. And audio captcha, on the other hand, is an accessible alternative for people with visual impairments. So these requires user to listen to certain text and type out numbers or words they hear. So these sounds are normally mixed with different speeds, voices, and background noises to make it hard for computers to figure things out. However, prior work have shown some security vulnerability. For example, prior work have tried to defeat audio captcha on websites like Reddit and eBay with a success rate around 70 to 80% by first segment each digit in the audio text, and then send these digits to speech recognition API of softwares.
And indeed, this approach can be directly applied for attackers and does not even require them to train their own speech models. So we wonder, how can we create audio capture that is more secure while not compromising too much of their usability? But before I go into details about our capture design, I'd like to talk about the threat model of audio capture and how we evaluate its security. So we follow prior work on how an attacker may potentially attack a basic form of audio capture. So in short, we consider audio capture attacks comprising with 6 audio digits, including 0 to 9, and we also assume an audio digit segmentation before examining speech-to-text attack. We consider 2 types of attack. So first, an attacker can use commercial automatic speech recognition, or short for ASR models, to detect audio capture. And to that end, we pick 5 common ASR models that we could find in the evaluation. And a second type of attack, we consider attackers that train their own speech models, right? So I'm not going to go into details about the model we train for the evaluation, but the point here is that we consider scenarios when attackers have resources to fine-tune speech models with pre-curated audio digits to make the model really good at recognizing audio digits using captchas. All right, so let's get back to our main question. So how can we create secure while usable audio capture? So we came up with the idea of using a virtual machine learning in audio space to achieve the design goal. Specifically, prior work has tried to create audio clips that create mismatch between humans and machines, right? For example, an audio clip that sounds like good morning in human ears could actually be transcribed as open the door by my smart home devices. And this is achieved by adding a computational generated perturbation that are not only imperceptible by humans, but also mess up speech models. So with such a property, we can design captcha, for example, classify a user as human when they respond good morning. And in addition, whoever reply with open the door after hearing the audio clip, there's high chances that probably machines that try to break the captcha. So we call such a virtual machine learning power of audio captcha a virtual captcha. So in total, we created 3 types of virtual captcha using 3 different techniques, and we ran both the security and usability evaluation. As a comparison, we created a baseline that approximates a common status quo audio captcha design. So we combine clear digits with ambient noises, such as noises recorded from the streets and in the cafe. And we create our clear digit dataset using Google Text-to-Speech API that includes speakers with different pitches and tones. And the resulting captcha were close to what audio reCAPTCHA sounds like. And here's an example of that. Hopefully it works. Does it work? Maybe not. But anyway, next, the first audio captcha I'll introduce today is Canaan. So Canaan was a virtual machine learning technique proposed to attack speech-to-text models. And we use it to create a virtual captcha. So the key design rationale for Canaan is that there are many components in the audio clip, and we humans do not need all of them to understand the word, right? So on the other hand, machines are pretty sensitive to the changes of these components to recognize a word. So we first decompose and get the unit components of each clear digit using the discrete Fourier transform. Then we remove components with lower weight in the audio clip with the assumption that by removing these less important components, the human can still recognize the audio clip digit while the machines cannot. And this is how Canaan sounds like. And let's try it again. I guess this didn't work. But anyway, imagine that there's sounds over here. All right. So then Devil's Whisper. Devil's Whisper is a virtual machine learning technique proposed to attack speech-to-text models. Its key rationale is to create substitute model for speech models that is to be disrupted. Analogy here is that when you're preparing for a fight, right, it's like practicing without your actual opponents. So instead, you can fight someone fights like your opponent and practice with them. Similarly, when attacking a speech model in the real world, a lot of time we don't really exactly know how the model is constructed. However, by using substitute model that behave similar enough to the actual model, we can examine gradient-based attacks that allow us to computationally create virtual examples causing the substitute model to mistranscribe. And if the substitute model got defeated, the actual model will potentially also be defeated as well. And I'll skip the demo part. All right. So in Canaan and Devil's Whisper, we explore a virtual captcha that cause speech model to provide an incorrect answer. However, we also consider whether we could intentionally manipulate the speech models to output a specific answer. So this will allow us to confidently identify non-humans when they actually respond to a manipulated specific answer. So to achieve this, we developed a new perturbation technique called Volcano. So again, for more detailed implementation, please refer to our paper. But essentially, the key design rationale for Volcano is combining two types of digits. So the ones that can only be perceivable or perceptible by humans, which are the parts that correct answer of the CAPTCHA task, and the ones that can only be picked up by machines, which are the parts that we are used to distinguish machines from the humans. And we put the security of each CAPTCHA to test. So here we present the digit error rate of each CAPTCHA design against each speech model. The higher the error rate, the stronger the security of CAPTCHA against the speech model. And we found that virtual CAPTCHA outperformed the baseline in security. So overall, a virtual CAPTCHA are around 60% more secure than the baseline, and the cadence is 57% more, Devil Whisper 10% more, and Volcano more than twice more secure than baseline. To put the digit error rates into the context of the six-digit CAPTCHA task, the strongest ASR model used in our study can attack baseline with a success rate of around 70%, while only 8% for Volcano, 60% for Devil Whisper, and close to 0% for Volcano. Due to time constraints, I will not be talking about the effectiveness of Volcano in detecting attempts, but a key takeaway here is that the more powerful the speech model is, the easier for Volcano to detect its attack attempts. So in short, Volcano is able to detect attacks from common speech API, such as Google Speech and Microsoft Azure, over 50% of the time. All right, so for the usability testing, we ran a user study with a total of 132 participants. 121 of them are not people with visually impaired or short for PVI, and 11 of them are PVI. For every CAPTCHA design, each participant completed 3 different 6-digit texts, and then they answered questions about their perceived satisfaction, easiness, and open feedback about the design. And after completing all the CAPTCHA texts, participants were asked to rank the preferences among the CAPTCHA designs and to share the underlying reasons for choosing the most and the least favorite design. We balanced the order of CAPTCHA design between participants using logic square design, and we randomly picked 6 digits for each CAPTCHA task as well. So we found that a virtual CAPTCHA overall had lower usability compared to the baseline. Devil Whisper is the best among the 3 virtual CAPTCHA, with a slightly worse completion time, perceived satisfaction, and easiness compared to the baseline. As for Volcano and Volcano, well, they are way more secure than baseline. They have worse usability regarding perceived satisfaction and easiness, with participants citing reasons such as disturbing background noises and unclear digits. However, among participants with visual impairment, Devil Whisper actually outperformed in perceived satisfaction and easiness to baseline, and was overall ranked higher than baseline as well. And they praised the digit clarity and subtle background noises of Devil's Whisper. All right, and we also discovered that the more secure a virtual CAPTCHA is, the higher the chances of human errors. Our participants achieved 90% accuracy in entering all 6 digits correctly for the baseline, but this decreased to 60% for Volcano, approximately 80% for Devil Whispers, and only 25% of Volcano. To account for human errors, a common approach also used in reCAPTCHA is to allow for a wiggle room where user can make some mistakes and still pass the CAPTCHA task. But it also reduces the security of CAPTCHA as well. So instead of randomly determining the number of allowed incorrect digits for a virtual CAPTCHA, we use what we call thresholding to calculate the optimal threshold that maximizes the gap between human accuracy and the success rate of attack by speech models. So for each CAPTCHA design, we calculate the human accuracy and the overall attack success rate among the models we tested, and ranging from 1 to 6. So n equal to 6 means that a user must correctly answer all 6 digits to pass the test in 6-digit CAPTCHA. But in short, using this method, Canon and Volcano achieve comparable human accuracy while lower the attack success rate than the baseline. And finally, in the paper, we also discuss ways to fundamentally improve virtual CAPTCHA usability. For example, by reducing audio component removal when reconstructing audio digits to trade security with audio clarity, or by discarding tags that are too distorted based on algorithms like minimum square arrow to basically enhance the overall easiness for tags that are being used out there. And please refer to our paper for more details. And yeah, with that, I'm happy to take any question.
Thank you. This is very good, and thank you for this work. I also do work with blind and low vision people, and I'm curious, they always complain that their rate of screen reader is much faster for many of them. Mm-hmm. Did you consider that as a variable into the audio captcha, or could that be configurable? Because they're used to a fast, many of them are used to a fast screen reader, mm-hmm. and the audio captcha speed, does that match us with their speed reader, or you've used it? I'm just curious about it, because it's a variable where if it's too slow, that introduces some sort of friction. If it's perhaps even too fast, they have to re-listen to several times.
Yeah. To make sure I understand your question correctly, do you mean that whether the screen reader itself is a variable in terms of how they complete
you're already recorded one. They have to listen to it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you use the one speed, which does that match to the speed of a voice reader they usually use?
Yeah. So in terms of the baseline of the design, we follow the prior work. So there's some best practices, but I don't think there's a golden guideline out there, right? So there's some guideline in terms of how many seconds you have to separate two digits. So if I remember correctly, we pause it for 1.25 seconds in the beginning, and then for each audio digit, we can separate in with 1 second, if I remember correctly. Okay. And that is suggested by prior work in audio captcha.
No, I understand. Yeah, that's okay. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. And another maybe insight in terms of related to that is we actually found that, so we also tested the dashboard we testing. We also asked the PVI to doing some pilot testing with PVI, making sure that it's actually sort of aligned with their experiences. So we make sure that in the testing session, that's sort of aligned with what they normally interact with audio captcha.
Cool. Great, thank you. Thanks
Thanks
to the speaker again. Thanks for the great work. So next talk, it's going to be, by our Best Paper Award winner. So before that, here's the certificate for all of you. Please come up here for a picture. So yeah, here's one. So the rest of the gang is. Okay. All right. So do you want to hold this? Yeah.
Could you just stand on the other side of the? We can all laugh and then while I take your picture. Thank you. Yes, what I think me irritating you for a minute was worth a good. Congratulations very much. Thank you. Wait, let me get the big NDSS thing in there. Thank you. Yay! Great work, and I look forward to hearing your picture.
Thank you.
Yeah, I did not understand how this thing works again.
That's the green button.
The green button. Okay.
Green button, and you should see the notes.
That one. Okay, cool. Thanks. So yeah, I want to thank the committee for the honor of the award. I hope you will not withdraw it after my presentation. And yeah, I'm here today to talk to you about QR codes. The reason why I'm doing this is because QR codes presence has considerably increased since the pandemic. And we're not the only one that noticed it, but also malicious actors have noticed this. In fact, in a recent industry report, 22% of all phishing attacks comes through QR codes. The problem with that is that previous studies showed that people, first of all, do not inspect the URL behind the QR code. Well, they do not inspect the URL behind anything, especially the one of QR codes. And the second point is that there is a lack of awareness measure in general that deal with QR codes specifically. Mostly they're about emails. The other problem is that usually these kind of studies are either online or lab studies. But this doesn't really fit QR codes, because to understand how people interact with them, you have to check them in a naturalistic setting, how they will find them. That's why we have 3 research questions specifically. The first one is what attracts them? Why they scan QR codes to begin with? The second point is how they go about it, how they interact with it, and how they interact with the website behind it. And the third one is, have they had any suspicious contact with QR codes, or do they find them annoying or whatever in their everyday lives? To discover this, we started by putting posters with QR codes in high-pedestrian traffic area in a city of the US. The researchers were observing from a nearby location, and when they noticed that an interaction occurred, so someone scanned the QR codes, then they approached them, they informed that this was a study, and they conducted an interview with those that they wanted, of course. And in total, we managed to recruit 42 people. The posters were 36 times 48 inches poster with an 8 times 8 inches QR codes, and the hook was a humanitarian call for Ukraine. I have an entire slide about ethics, so stop your horses if you really don't like this idea. The second point was that each of the QR codes were 3 different ones. Sorry, not each. There were 3 different QR codes. And there was one that was legitimate looking. There was one that was explicitly phishing. And there was one that was implicitly phishing. Implicitly phishing because, sadly, phishers tend to use shortening services to hide the actual destination URL. All of them led to 3 different web pages, but they were all the same. They're the same layout, the same looking. There was again a call for action for Ukraine. There was a form element where they can enter their email address, and if they press sign on, the interaction will just stop there. There was nothing afterwards. During the questionnaire, we asked them 6 open questions plus the demographics. Now, the ethical considerations. First of all, we had to use public places and businesses. So we had to inform them what was going on, what we were about to do, and ask for their consent and their permission to do this. The second point was closing hours. What do we do? If we leave the posters there, someone can scan them while nobody's there, and they will not get the debriefing telling them, look, this is a study. So we decided to remove them during closing hours to avoid this entire situation to occur. Second point was the pretext use. First of all, we decided not use any real organizations. There was a random thing that we invented on the spot. This because, well, it would not have been nice to use real organizations because that would have led lasting memories in the participants, so we decided maybe not. The second point was that we warned them about, look, this is a study, but this happens in real life, and there have been at least a couple of examples of this happening. So maybe look out for it. And the third point is that we also pointed them to actual real organizations that are operating in Ukraine, so they could actually exploit whatever goodwill they wanted to. Then the informed consent. We obviously could not ask them for the informed consent before starting the study. That would have been against the entire point of having naturalistic interaction. Therefore, we approached them. We immediately checked their age to make sure that they were not minors. Luckily, none was. And then we informed them that they could have stopped going forward whatever was going on, and we will simply erase the data. Luckily, no one did. The last point is that we did not collect any data on the website, neither IP address nor email addresses. Our analysis. First of all, we started with inductive coding. This because it allows us to identify frequent, dominant, or anyway significant aspects in the data. Then we formed a hierarchical codebook, and this allowed us to identify 3 main aspects. The first one was the delivery vector, so the vector that was used, specifically the poster or the QR code. The second point was the website vector, how they reached the website vector, what actions they conducted on there. The third point was more like, in general, the behavior with QR codes that they have in everyday life or in previous points in time. Again, in the first research question, so what attracts them? apparently the vast majority of them, well, not the vast majority, but definitely half of them, so 52%, mentioned that it was the message. They wanted to help Ukrainian people, therefore they scanned this QR code. But then there was also the poster attractiveness, the vibrant colors, the bold title, and the layout, because it looked harmless, it looked friendly, and it was unassuming. So all in all, the pretext and the context are especially important because this allowed us to have them lower their defenses and just focus on the task. They wanted to help people of Ukraine, everything else meaningless. This is true for every type of phishing, but it's specifically true for QR codes because well, you have nothing else to go on. You have the URL, and then you have the poster. There is nothing helping you right now. And this is kind of repeated in the second research question, because the pretext was the important part. They did not pay too much attention to what was going on inside the QR code reader, because they wanted to help people. That's the end of it. There was also a lack of awareness. Participants said they looked at the URL and it said Ukraine, so it was okay because it said Ukraine. Or that, yeah, I read the blurb and thought it was safe to use, and the website looked okay, which are obviously not cues to find phishing. And there was also a perceived interface insufficiency. Specifically, the URL disappeared, so they tried to investigate, but it was too late. Or, yeah, well, I usually don't look at it because I try to make it work, and I don't really have time to check the URL there. And this kind of connects to the third research question, because you see, like, 57% said that I never had a suspicious interaction. But, like, did they never had, or did they simply missed it? Like, they never noticed that they had a suspicious interaction. And the second point is, like, well, a lot of them said, yeah, don't scan QR codes that much. So maybe they had the considerable amount of suspicious interaction, but they were so far in time that they just did not clump them together. So awareness is important, but it's also important to support them, especially important to support them. So that's why we have a proposal, which is to repurpose and adapt an email solutions, which is Torpedo. Just like Torpedo, we will propose to have a QR scan. This is just a concept, to have several color-coded threat levels so that they could just identify the risk level determined by the program just looking at it. But more than that, there is also that it should have a short URL resolution on demand. On demand because to check the destination URL, you have to simulate a clicking on the tiny URL or whatever other short URL thing that you use. So therefore, that will be counted in the statistics for the profiling. Therefore, that's why it's better to be it on demand, so you don't force them to lose part of their privacy. And there is time friction, so the interaction is stopped for 3 seconds. It is just in place and just in time, clearly. There is also no analysis on the device, but we rely on the list of the browsers to stop the suspicious URL. This is because QR codes are meant to be fast, quick specifically. And depending on the device, this might take a long time to analyze it, so we just demand to something that is faster. Non-ethical limitations. Convenience sample, obviously. We had who passed by and scanned the code, so that's clearly a limitation. But there's also a limitation that the study was in the USA. This meant that the hook was tailored for people in the USA. If we run the same thing in Russia, I doubt that we will have the same results, somehow. Different point is that we use simple QR codes. More complex, colored, or branded QR codes might have different results. So, in conclusions, QR phishing is a growing problem. It is not yet properly addressed, neither by awareness measures, not by support tools. Lab and online studies do not capture the natural interactions with QR codes. Therefore, we run a naturalistic observational study with posters in the USA. And we have 3 take-home messages out of all of this. First one is that there is there is need to address and understand QR phishing intrinsic features, how people interact with them, what triggered them, what makes them scan. The second point is that there is need for awareness measures that actually inform and prepare about QR codes. And the thing is, like, a lot of these things that they did not notice could be transferred from email knowledge because it's the same stuff that you should do while checking the URL on an email. So the problem is that we're giving them examples of what to do, and we're not providing them with holistic knowledge they can apply in different contexts. And the last point is that there is a need to redesign or propose entirely new code scanners, QR code scanner interfaces. And this is the end. Thank you very much.
Really fascinating, thank you. I wanted to ask specifically, I know you tried 3 different types, the indirect, direct phishing, and legitimate looking websites or URLs. Can you expand on exactly, did the user responses give any indication that they identified the phishing or non-phishing aspects?
That's the interesting part. It depends on the group. For example, in the explicitly phishing, a lot of people noticed that it literally said, "Fish me for Ukraine." So it was kind of right in your face. But in other cases, like in the other 2 cases, only one person mentioned that, yeah, I noticed that something was weird. Mm-hmm. And so there was, it really depended on which QR codes they were seeing. Obviously, in the implicitly phishing, they had to visit the website, or they had to stop the interaction altogether, because those were the only 2 choices that were provided, since the QR codes could not resolve it for them. So they had no chances there.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a short question. So just out of that. So this study is conducted in the U.S. You said it's probably in some other places and it might be different. So one of the factors I was seeing is possibly how people think about QR code, like or how the people's habit of using QR code as a way to, in their daily lives. For example, in China, you're gonna see a QR code in every single corner, every single street. Here, U.S. is not as popular. I assume in other places, and popularity is different. So how do you see that impact the study of the result if you were to run this in a different environment?
They will likely have different results regarding what attracted them, but the way in which they interacted with it, I don't expect it to be extremely different. For the simple reasons that phishing still works. So this is a very hard to spot phishing. Filippo. Yeah, they would just go for it.
Because the QR code itself has no indicators to suggest that something is off, right? We're so accustomed to them. I scan all of them outside, they're fine, I think.
Yeah, we really wanted to fish all of you this morning, but we didn't.
Let's see what is culturally relevant and important. And we suspect that even if, for example, you go in China and then pick a particular problem that is interesting to them or a need for them, or as you thought that is important, and I think that will go because QR code is so custom to us that there is absolutely no
It's abstract, so what attracts is what goes on.
Yeah, people will do this, and really, again, what beggars belief to me is like, this attack was demonstrated to me 10 years ago by a master's student at George Washington University, and the paper came out the year after, right? That this attack is possible has been known for 10 years, and yet nobody's done anything, has thought about like, how do we protect users from this? What can we actually meaningfully do? Except for the usual like, well, be careful, sit there and think for 5 minutes or 15 before you scan a QR code. Which is ridiculous.
Yeah, thanks. The standard scanner apps that we have on iPhone or Android, they just show a rectangle that goes around the QR code, and then our focus is on just get that thing done because our hands shakes, we have to do something else. So even the default off-the-shelf app doesn't give any indication that something might be wrong with an URL, even though that could easily be done. That's second part of our paper, and which should probably grow in a different paper. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and congrats again on the award. So our next speaker will be on Zoom, and then because of the setup, I'll have to screen sharing with this computer. Let's see. So yeah, Snuggie, can you say something? Just make sure the audio works.
Yep. Hello, everyone.
Oh,
Can you
great.
hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Perfect.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So I'm Asangi. I co-authored this paper along with Dr. Nalin Gamagedara-Arachilage and Professor Ali Baba. So this will be the outline for today's presentation. So moving to the background. In today's world, we all know that email is a vital tool for communication. As a result of ease of communication and widespread usage, emails have attracted many exploitations in the form of phishing attacks. Organizations incur significant financial and reputation losses because of staff falling for phishing emails. Although there are a number of technical and non-technical countermeasures to prevent phishing email attacks from happening, we all know that people still fall prey for phishing emails. Attackers often leverage human vulnerabilities to execute successful phishing email attacks. Furthermore, attackers are becoming more sophisticated by learning new techniques and changing their strategies. To better design any anti-phishing intervention or tool, it's very important that we understand how people interact with emails, how they make certain decisions, what goes through their mind, or how the decision-making process happens in general. However, users' thought processes when deciding how to respond to their emails is currently mostly a black box. Only a limited number of studies have attempted to conduct qualitative user studies to explain people's email decision-making process. Although qualitative studies compared to quantitative studies allow us to obtain more detailed and holistic insights into users' email response decision-making behaviors and the reasons for those behaviors, even such prior work do not interpret the different elements of the user's email response decision-making process and their relationships influencing the email responses. So we wanted to better understand people's decision-making behavior when responding to emails. Specifically, what are the elements in the user's email decision-making process and how are they related? So first, we wanted to explore the elements of users' email decision-making process. For example, this could include things like diverse types of emotions, diverse personal habits, previous experiences, and different types of email characteristics. Then using these and their positive and negative relationships uncovered from data, we wanted to develop a theoretical model that explains how people are driven to respond to emails by clicking on links, replying, and downloading attachments. In phishing email context, these three actions, that is clicking on links, replying, and downloading attachments, could be considered unsafe. And this is the reason for us to focus only on these three actions. Now I'll provide you with an overview of the research methodology. So we used a role-play-based think aloud method that was facilitated by an email client. In terms of emails, we selected 12 real phishing emails and real legitimate emails, along with real phishing URLs. These were adapted to the scenario that was given to the participants. The participants were asked to assume they were a given character and to open the emails one by one. An important point here is that we did not ask the participants to classify the emails as legitimate or phishing. They were only asked to explain how they would feel to receive the emails, and they had the flexibility to perform any actions with the emails that they got. We also did a pilot study where we made some very important changes to the study protocol, including changing how the opening questions were asked and how the follow-up questions were asked. We collected data from university students until theoretical saturation was reached, which means a state where adding more participants from the same population will not add new knowledge to the model, but will add more evidence. In terms of data analysis, we use grounded theory. We had 3 levels of codes. First is lower level codes, then the axial codes and the selective codes. The last level of our, or last step of our grounded theory approach was to form a theoretical model by considering the relationships between the discovered axial and the selective codes. The model relationships were identified through rigorous and iterative analysis of the transcripts based on interpretative data of people's email response behaviors. So all three researchers discussed the draft theoretical model to reach an agreement. And we ensured the completeness and accuracy of the model in terms of the collected data through negative case analysis. Here we went through the interviews iteratively to check whether the participant statements could be assigned to the draft theoretical model we have. If not, we identify how they diverged basically and adapted the model accordingly. We iteratively refined the model until all statements were captured. So the data collection method, as mentioned before, is a role-play-based think aloud session that was facilitated by an email client. The reason for selecting this data collection method was because we were interested in obtaining in-depth qualitative data to enable us develop a theoretical model from the data. Also, unlike retrospective interviews where participants are asked to explain events or incidents that happened to them in the past, this method will not rely on participants' memory of past incidents. The simulated email client provides the opportunity for them to naturally engage with the activity while contextualizing their opinions. So here is an overview of the model. For simplicity, only the high-level categories are shown in the diagram at the moment. So at a high level, the model shows that an individual's email response behavior is determined by how they perceive the email legitimacy, which in turn is influenced by other high-level categories like perceived sender legitimacy, perceived familiarity, perceived professionalism in the email title and body, perceived likelihood of receiving the email, perceived adequacy of length and granularity of information, and so on. Furthermore, individuals' intention to respond to an email is also determined by their emotional attachments and personal habits, as well as their intention to validate the email. Our model is also able to interpret how different elements of these high-level concepts could positively and negatively influence people's intention to respond to an email. For that, I have to dig deeper into each high-level node shown in the diagram. But we only have limited time today, so I will only go through two such cases. First, we'll look at perceived sender legitimacy. So here we identified 8 elements and also explain how they're related with perceived email legitimacy. So for example, people look at the display name of the sender to determine sender legitimacy. So perceived legitimacy of the sender's email display name positively affects the perceived email legitimacy. Now I'll take another example, which is the intention to validate the email. So our data provides evidence that when people have doubts about the email legitimacy, they may want to validate the email further before deciding on their final response. In this instance, their email response decision depends on how much trust they can develop about the email legitimacy based on the validation technique, mainly instead of the originally perceived email legitimacy. For example, some participants search the internet to look for information and logos specified in the email. They seem to be satisfied if they find the information online, not realizing the attacker could also obtain the same information online when crafting the phishing email. So perceived trust by validating the email content against the information on the internet positively affect the intention to respond to an email. Moving on to some interesting facts revealed from our study and also some of the recommendations for anti-phishing education training and awareness interventions. Again, due to time, we only discuss few here. Firstly, we saw how people can fall for phishing even after identifying or suspecting a phishing email. This is either because of their emotions or acting based on emotions without considering the perceived email legitimacy, or as a result of unsafe validation techniques they use. So it's important to shift the focus of anti-phishing interventions from accurate email legitimate judgment to secure email responses. Also, we need to give more prominence to diverse personal habits and emotions in tool design. Secondly, the model reveals a number of user misconceptions and invalid assumptions about techniques to detect phishing emails and also attacker strategies. For example, some assume that attackers are not able to obtain fine-grained information about the users, do not write lengthy emails. Some also think that most of the time phishing attacks are launched to specific types of emails, such as banking, finance, or social media. And also, if they get a feeling that they got an email from a known person, they put their guard down even when they see the email is a suspicious one. So we recommend it's important that we not only teach users how to detect phishing emails correctly, but also facilitate to eliminate these misconceptions and invalid assumptions about techniques to detect phishing emails and attacker strategies. Now, some of the considerations that have to be taken into account when interpreting the model. So all concepts and relationships emerged from data is included in the model regardless of their frequencies, as the goal of the study was to explore all concepts and their relationships leading to email responses. So future studies could validate the model and evaluate the significance of the elements of the user's email decision-making process and their relationships uncovered through our data, using large-scale surveys, also considering diverse demographics, specific types of phishing attacks, and real-life settings. With that, it brings to the end of my presentation, and thank you so much for listening.
Great, thank you. We have time for one short questions. Are you able to hear us?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, great. Anyone have a short question? Oops. Okay. Yeah, I was curious about the, final slide when you mentioned about the implications. And part of me is thinking, so as I was listening to your talk, I actually got an email and from our university, actually not from university, it's a phishing email, just saying that this is urgent, you have to click on this, all students at Virginia Tech should read it. And then at the time when I was looking at that, it's, I was almost attempted to click on that, and then I realized, well, I probably shouldn't. So this part of this context, I'm sitting right here. So it's like this, I'm not focused on the email, and then I only have like 2 seconds of looking at that. So how do you think this whole context thing plays in that, in the models that you were talking about?
It's huge. It depends, we also noticed that the context is a huge factor here. So if they were expecting that kind of an email, were they not expecting that kind of an email? Things like that really does matter.
Great, thank you. Let's thank the president again, and then let's thank all the presenters this morning. I think you have been doing a very good job keeping the time. I didn't even get a chance to use my harmonica, which I'm dying to use for. So the lunch is outside, I think. I don't know where it is exactly, but it's somewhere in the building. And then let's be back at 1:30 for our afternoon session. Thank you. All right, hello everyone. Welcome back. Thank you for being here, coming back on time. And oops, we'll start our afternoon session now. So we'll start with a paper session with a couple papers. Then we'll have a coffee break, and right after the coffee break will be a joint invited talk in the other room. I'll check the room name later. I don't remember the names, very bad at names. Then we'll come back for the vision track. So we'll have our first presenter this afternoon, Lachlan. So he's here from Japan. He actually has a very long delay for his flight. He just got here this morning. So let's welcome him.
Hello, everyone. So I'm Lachlan. I'm from Waseda University, and today I'm going to be presenting on VPN awareness and misconceptions, and it's a comparative study between Canadian and Japanese contexts. So I'll start off with just going a quick overview of what VPNs actually are. So that stands for Virtual Private Networks, and VPN is a device that encrypts internet traffic between a VPN client and the VPN server. So through the ISP, the traffic will be encrypted, and then for the rest of the internet, that traffic is unencrypted. So VPNs are become quite essential for protecting online privacy, and many people have become starting to adopt VPNs. And so our study, we wanted to understand the reasons and thoughts behind some of the adaptations of VPNs as tools, specifically as commercial tools. So these are research questions. Specifically, we did an analysis of Canadian and Japanese groups, as I'm a student from Canada and I'm studying in Japan, so I thought that we thought that by choosing these two countries, it would be easier to do some firsthand analysis from our experience with the cultures. Additionally, Canadian and Japanese cultures are quite different, and some are whereas Japan's considered more collective than what Canada is. So we found that more interesting to be compared. So for the first research question, we wanted to know why people are using VPNs. We wanted to know what people actually believe about VPNs, and we wanted to know and find out some of the common misconceptions surrounding VPNs. So to conduct our research, we did an online survey. And we broke down our survey into multiple sections. So the first section, we asked about the usage of VPNs. So in this section, we asked about some of the reasons for use, the type of use, amount of use, and even when people started first using VPNs as a technology. We also asked some of the beliefs surrounding VPNs, so how a VPN actually works, how that person understands that VPN works, what it actually is doing, and then we also included some drawing questions, which I can get more, which I'll talk more about in a bit. We also asked some of the trust levels surrounding VPNs, and then also some other things such as internet service providers and network administrators. And then finally, we asked some questions that revealed some of the misconceptions surrounding VPNs. So this was information actually collected by VPNs, and then visiting websites while using a VPN. Additionally, we started our survey by asking or collecting some informed consent from our participants. So this was mandated by our ethics board for our university. We also asked demographics questions first as well, asking about age, gender, nationality, the country of residence, their education level, and if their related background was in IT or computer science. All of the questions were in the forms of multiple choice. We had some free-form questions, and then we also had the free-form drawing question, which I mentioned before. So from our sample, we collected a total of 234 participants. We collected them both from Prolific and Lancers, and if you don't know Lancers is a specific Japanese-based crowdsourcing platform. So we had 100 participants from Canada with 5 failing quality checks, and 103 participants from Japan with 3 failing quality checks. And then the additional 31 participants that we used were for some initial testing versions of the survey, and were not included in the final results. So our demographics in the end, the main age range was between 26 and 45 with 55%. We had 137 male participants, 86 female, 7 others, and 4 that preferred not to disclose their gender. And then for participants, about 26.5% of them had a background in IT, and over 70% of the participants had completed some level of post-secondary education. So moving on to the results, here we have 2 graphs showing some of the questions. So about the actual why participants are using a VPN, and then what type of VPN participants were using. So overwhelmingly in Canada, we see that participants were mainly using VPNs for region-specific content access, security, and privacy, whereas in comparison, Japanese participants were mainly using VPNs for security reasons. For types of VPNs being used, both free commercial VPNs and paid commercial VPNs were the most popular among participants, although Japan had significantly more free commercial VPN usage. It is also noted that of the VPNs being used, the commercial VPNs, the top ones being used were, for Canada, were NordVPN, ExpressVPN, whereas Japanese participants preferred the NordVPN and then TunnelBear as their highest choice used VPN. For some of the other usages of VPNs, we asked who participants are trying to protect their browsing data from. And so this question was only asked or only answered for people who selected yes to this question and who is actually, or what they actually trying to protect their browsing data from. So a majority of participants were trying to protect their data from hackers and attackers, with Japanese participants mainly selecting hackers and attackers. And then Canadian participants had a bit more varied reasons for using VPNs to protect their data. Moving on to some of the beliefs, the free-form question that we asked what participants actually thought a VPN was, and in this section we coded the response questions. So from these, the Japanese participants were most commonly used VPNs for a secure connection, whereas Canadian participants had a more varied amount of usage for VPNs, being IP masking as a privacy tool and then also as a secure connection as well. So we see some more varied difference between some of the beliefs here. So additionally, this is where some of our drawing questions came into effect. We asked participants how they actually thought a VPN worked and then to describe with a drawing. So these are all good examples of 6 of the codes that we created for analyzing these drawings. So from the left column, the first one is an example of an intermediate connection. So here the participant used a VPN server in the middle as an intermediate connection to connect to a web browser. The left column in the middle was an example of an addition of a VPN. So this was where participants included a VPN as an addition to a connection in some form. The bottom one on the left column is an example of a shield. And in this case, participants used a VPN almost as like a wall blocking other parts of the connection. On the right-hand column were some more examples from Japanese participants, but also with different codes. So we've annotated these so that everyone can read them. But the top right one is an example of location access. The middle one is an example of tunnel, and then the bottom we have like some of the examples of other where participants either didn't have a good drawing response or were unable to understand the question. So of the total amount from the previous question, the total amount from these responses, the majority of participants used VPNs as an intermediate connection, so overwhelmingly the Canadians understood it this way, whereas the Japanese participants had a more varied belief around this. Finally, we got on to asking about some of the trust levels. So here in these graphs, we have the Canadians on the left and the Japanese participants on the right. And in each color, we have blue for the VPN trust level, orange for internet service provider, and green for your network admin. Overall, the Japanese participants had a higher trust of each VPNs, internet service providers, and network administrators, although the Canadian participants had much more trust in a VPN over their internet service provider. Then we asked about some questions about some of the misconceptions and that the Canadian Japanese participants had. So one of the main things that was noticeable was that participants noted that they employ VPN usage for security purposes, whereas VPNs primarily are for privacy and don't actually provide much security benefit when it comes to internet security. So some of the there's some misconceptions around this from participants understanding that, and that was from some of the previous slides. Participants also noted that there was some logging policies that they believe, many participants believed that their VPNs were logging them, even though the majority of the VPNs that were showed to be used in the survey have a zero log policy. And then also participants also found that their traffic was being monitored or thought that their traffic was being monitored with an active VPN. And so at the bottom here we have an example of one of the participants' response to what information they thought was collected by VPN providers. So they think that anything that the user can sign up and connect to username as for a paid account, which is true for many, especially for many of the paid VPNs, but they also believe that there's an IP address tagged to it, all the traffic is logged, which many of the VPN providers, especially paid ones, state that they do not do any logging. So in summary, some of the main findings we have from this study were that the cultural priorities were different between the Japanese and Canadian participants. So the Japanese participants were mainly prioritizing VPNs for the use of security, while Canadians valued their privacy and the content accessibility of VPNs as tools. The belief of security and privacy tools was also different. So the Canadian participants had a stronger belief of the benefits of the VPNs, while the Japanese participants associated more VPNs with encrypted connections. And then finally we found that some of the misconceptions between both groups were quite consistent. And so that's my talk.
Thank you. Time for one short question.
Hi, this is Barry Leba. I want to drill down a little bit on the security question. How did you analyze that they were using it for security purposes? Did you ask a specific question that used the word security, or did you interpret their answers and put it under a security box somewhere?
Yeah, in that case, we had others which were categorized. So if other was categorized, it was a multiple choice question with security as one of the options. And if any of the other categories as well was categorized, we looked through that and put it in security as well.
Okay. The reason I asked is that I wonder how much is that they don't completely understand VPNs, or that they don't understand what security means. I have actually considered that, and I think it is one of the flaws that could show up with this. So okay. I do believe that is one issue that could have arisen with that. Right, thanks. Because yeah, I find that users just use the word security without really understanding.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, speaker, again. If you have questions, please feel free to continue to engage with him after the talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, please. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's just make sure it shows up.
Okay. Should I just sorry?
All right, so our next speaker, we have Jem here, so please go ahead.
Okay. Hello guys, I'm Jem. I'm a PhD candidate at Northeastern University, and this is a collaborative work with Florida International University. So this work, I'm going to talk about the macOS versus Microsoft. So this is a user perception study, and we are comparing these two operating systems in terms of like users' perception. So this is a long-going debate, like macOS versus Windows. So like all of us probably speaking this, like, or all heard about this. And the folk wisdom mainly suggests that users regard macOS as being the more secure operating system among the two. So we are investigating this in this work, and we are asking, like, what is the reality? So we have two main research questions in this one. And the first one is, which operating system is perceived by users as being more secure among the two and private? And what are the factors that influence this comparison? So like, we will just like investigate the possible factors over there. And for some of these like cybersecurity behaviors, such as like using an antivirus software, we are checking if these primarily used operating systems plays a role. So let's dig into our methodology. We, as a first step, we crafted two different regression models. So this is our like base, and like according to the data that we need to collect, we created our surveys, and we published these surveys on Amazon Mechanical Turk. We conducted our study over there, and we recruited 103 macOS and 105 Windows users. So in total, we have 208 participants. So let's go over our regression models. The first one is the operating system comparison. And the first independent variable that we use is primarily used operating system. So in the end, we will like just like find if there's a statistically significant difference in between these two operating system users. Then we add Microsoft's and Apple's perceived cybersecurity reputation variables, because we believe that your view about these companies might affect your operating system comparison. So we just like want to compare, and like we would just like to control these variables over here. The fourth variable that we use is if this user an IT worker or not. So we believe like if you're an IT worker, you might be like more exposed to these like security issues or privacy issues, so you might be more knowledgeable. And we control daily computer usage. So the idea over there was that like if you are using more your computer, then you might be just like get more attached to it. So it might play a role as well. And we control age, education, and gender, like these demographics factors as well. The second regression model that we use is cybersecurity behavior. So mainly the cybersecurity behavior is just like antivirus usage or like backup behavior over here. And again, the same, like we follow the same structure. Actually, we use the primarily used operating system as the first independent variable. And then we are adding like being an IT worker, daily computer usage, age, education, and gender variables as well. So we conducted our study in Amazon Mechanical Turk, and we focused on specifically on the 18 to 49 age group who possessed at least some college level education. So the idea was over here that like there was this study, there's a typo, like it's 2019 in literature. So like it's shown that like the results of security and privacy results on this group is representative of the US population within the same group. So like we choose this demographics. And let's go over our survey. The survey starts with demographics questions, then we follow up with the background questions, like we collect computer usage, if this user an IT user, primarily used operating system. Then we follow up with the cybersecurity and privacy questions. So like Apple's and Microsoft's perceived cybersecurity privacy reputation, the comparison of these two operating systems, and the reasoning behind the comparison. Finally, we ask some behavior questions, like if they are using antivirus, if they back up their computer or not. Okay, let's go into the results right now. So the first one is the cybersecurity comparison. So one over here represents, like left-hand side represents that if we ask this question to compare these two operating systems, they find Windows as the superior one. And the 7 means that they find macOS as the superior one in terms of cybersecurity. And the 4 is the neutral point. So as we can see over here, macOS users mainly accumulated on the right-hand side. And like we can see some folks just like choose the neutral, but like they are more or less on the right-hand side. So like they prefer their operating system over Windows. And for the Windows users, that thing is not that strong anymore. However, we can see again, like there are lots of people preferring macOS over Windows. So however, like we don't know if this difference is significant or not in between these two operating systems users. So we want to investigate it, and like we have this like cybersecurity regression table over here. So I want to just like look at the 7th column over there. So we found a significant relationship between primarily used operating system, Apple's and Microsoft's cybersecurity reputation, and being an IT worker or not. So these were kind of like the significant ones. And we showed that like Apple's cybersecurity reputation and being an IT worker were positively correlated, and like being a Windows users were negatively correlated, and Microsoft's cybersecurity reputation were also negatively correlated. So the second result that we have is the privacy comparison, and Windows users over here is kind of like more scattered, and like they are almost showing like a normal distribution over here. And so like we might say they are kind of like more neutral. For the macOS users, we again can see that like they're accumulated more on the right-hand side. So like in terms of privacy, they again like prefer their operating system. So like for this, we again have a regression table, but like it has similar characteristics. So like I won't show it over here. And lastly, we have behavior regression table. So over here we have the antivirus usage, backup behavior, covering the webcam, and finally we have the private, like using the private mode of the browser variables. So if we start with the antivirus usage, we found a statistically significant relationship with operating system and antivirus. So if this user is a Windows operating system user, it will be high likely, like, or more likely to use the antivirus software. It will be less likely to back up its computer, and it will be more likely to cover its webcam. Also, being an IT user plays a role. For example, in terms of backup, we again find a significant relationship. So like if you are an IT worker, like your backup, cover, and using the private mode of the browser will be like more likely. And finally, we did a qualitative analysis, and we created a code book that includes like categories, themes, etc. So like we kind of like derived from our qualitative data, and we also categorized the responses from users into tables. And like since we don't have much time over here, please refer to paper for details. However, I can show you some like couple of examples. For example, one of the users quoted that like the less user base of macOS kind of like make it a less target. So like they believe hackers won't target it because of like macOS has less users. The second participant quoted that like they had some previous experiences with their Windows computer, so they believe like macOS is kind of like less susceptible to these viruses. And like as a conclusion, we confirmed the folk wisdom. So like we showed that indeed many users perceive that macOS is considered a more secure and private operating system among the two. And we showed that primarily used operating system, reputation, and being an IT worker were significant determinants. And finally, we found a statistically significant relationship between some cybersecurity practices and both primarily used operating system and being an IT worker. And these are acknowledgements. And thank you. So like if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer it.
Thank you very much.
Hi, just one clarification questions. In the metrics about antivirus, have you considered the Windows as a default antivirus?
Sorry?
Have you considered Windows as an antivirus by default? So did you ask them, did you use the Windows antivirus, or did you use another antivirus that you choose?
So like we asked them in general, like do you use an antivirus software? So like we didn't, like maybe we should have asked something like that, but like we didn't clarify it over there. So like that was kind of like, are you using an antivirus software or not question. So if they are not aware, if they are using some default Windows antivirus software, so like I would expect them to say no, or like
And if they are aware, they will say yes.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, it was kind of like generic question, like, are you using an antivirus software or not? So like.
Okay, thanks.
Nice talk. Yeah. Do you have a comparison between like the Windows user perceived to the Mac OS security and the vice versa?
Like comparison in terms of?
Like the Windows user, like how they perceive the Mac and Mac user, how they perceive to the Windows?
How they perceive it. So like we wanted them to compare each two operating systems. So like we didn't ask like an external question. So like that was just like a comparison question. Yeah, like we didn't ask something like that, some individual question.
Hi, is there any kind of data about users that used both Mac and Windows, or is this for users of one comparing, like a Windows user comparing Windows versus Mac, or is there any data on people that used both and then decided which one they preferred?
So in this one, we mainly asked like, what is your primarily used operating system? So like they had to pick one of them. But like, of course, it will be interesting to like, there might be some people that like use both of them, obviously, and like they might have different opinions about this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. This is very interesting because I've been wondering about I have this suspicion about Mac OS versus Windows, but it has been there for years, and finally we have some study to actually document this finding. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's thank the speaker again.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, so, yeah. Yeah. So over here. Green button, yes. Yeah, next we have Xin Yao from Indiana to present her work.
Hello everyone, I'm Xin Yao Ma, and I'm a PhD student in Indiana University, and I'm gonna present our works on programmers' perception of sensitive information in code today. And thanks to our co-authors who cannot be here today. And yeah, as we all know, there is a lot of requirement for privacy and data protection over the world, and they may have difference in different regions. For example, the GDPR in the Europe or CCPA in California and some other state-specific regulations. At the same time, the developers, as an important part to create the code and to protect our the user's information, they need to be aware of the potential privacy issues in code. For example, what kind of information may expose users' identity when they are coding. And so it gives our motivations to better understanding the developers' knowledge and evaluating their interactions with code, especially regarding privacy. So there are some previous research on the developer interaction with privacy in code. They found that the developers are unable to identify the sensitive code because of some usability errors. So there are some calls for secure and usable APIs in order to align with the developers' perception and understanding. So our work will take a step on understanding the compliance risk or dependency of their, especially in cryptography. So this work will be focused on the implication of a code snippet under certain different contexts. And we start with asking several questions to understanding the privacy developers' perception. Is there any consensus among programmers about that constitutes sensitive information, and if the security knowledge levels affects the awareness of privacy issues in code? And also the third question, is there any consensus or the impact of expertise consists across different categories of personal information, and how do human classification patterns different from the large language model. And I will introduce the questions one by one. And then, we have some hypotheses for each questions, we're trying to prove in our experiment. So for the first question, we think that agreement may vary by information type and expertise influenced by the perception, because obviously there are some topics obviously privacy sensitive, for example, the password or a bank statement or something, and others are more nuanced and require the more understanding of the inquiries. For example, the face location in the face detection programming. And to the second question, we think the expertise could affect the accuracy in identifying the privacy-sensitive code, because those with greater expertise, like the privacy expertise, are expected to agree more on the existence of the risk, especially in code. And the third hypothesis to the third question is that the differences in sensitivity perceptions are more about the expertise than the individual variables, because we think that the pattern of agreement are more about inherent sensitivity of the data than the level of knowledge of different developers. For example, the non-expertise and the security expertise will all agree that the password in code is sensitive, right? And then for the last question, the large language models categorization of code snippet may be performed better than human participant, because large language models are very powerful tools to help people with certain tasks, and they're really doing good as the identify the patterns. So we think maybe they can identify the sensitive information in code. And to prove our hypothesis, we set an online experiment, a sensitivity classification experiment, and we acquired some Python code from GitHub repos, which is the most popular code repository in the world, and we used some privacy-sensitive information categories based on the CCPA and the GDPR, and then we recruit the participants with computer science background, and they are from different levels of cybersecurity expertise, and they also shows they have a certain amount of time of the programming. And the goal for this experiment is to collect programmers' perception of variable name sensitivity under specific contexts, especially for the 10 categories we listed here. And those categories are based on our summarized from the personal identifiable information from GDPR and the CCPA. And here are all the 40 variables we used in the experiment. So each participant need to classify every variable in the experiment. And we decided to use a card sorting experiment because it can help reduce the cognitive load and improve the decision-making accuracy to make the results more accurate. So here is an instruction page. We will show the interface we will show to the participant, so they will get familiar with how the drag and drop the card to different sensitivity level. How it works, and on the center card, we will provide the variables we want to test, and below that, there will be a small snippet of the code. So here is a real example from the experiment for the card sorting. So they will take a look and read the code snippet, and we will highlight all the variable in the code. And then they can drag this card to different sensitivity level. And they will do that repeat at 40 times. And then we perform the different analysis to answer our questions. We perform the flexi-kappa analysis for participants' agreement if they agree with others on the sensitivity classification, and the ANOVA test for based on the different category and different expertise group if they are discrepancy with another category or groups of the sensitivity level of different variables. And then we conduct the correlation analysis for different variables to find out the what variables are more correlated with others. They may from different category or may not. And then we calculate the percentage of false negative for our tested large language model. And I will explain the results one by one. So here is the correlation analysis for the non-expertise and group and expertise group. We can see that the yellow part is the most sensitive three variables we select from the 40 variable, which is password, payment token, and the PayPal mapping ID. That's same for two groups, but the list of variable is both of the group think they're not important is MP4 century box, and the scale is different for the non-expertise and expertise group. And for the all 50 variables, correlation analysis will be presented in the paper. And then we calculated the sensitivity score based on their calculation, and we split all the participants to four groups with non-expertise, less expertise, moderate, and experts. And we can find that all of them are doing great on categorize all the 10 groups to sensitivity level, except the 3 categories on education, multimedia data, and unique device ID from the non-experts group. And then in order to provide a easier comparison, and because the experts, the number of the experts are small, so we combined the non-experts and less expertise to non-expert group and moderate and expert to a expert group in the following analysis. So when we doing the agreement analysis, we found that the disagreement among experts was higher than the disagreement among non-experts, which means their flexi-kappa score is much lower than the non-experts. And in the combined group, the non-experts interestingly performed better than the experts group. And we found the diverge on the sensitivity levels between the non-experts and experts groups. We think that maybe it's because the lack of it shows that the lack of consensus across different levels of security knowledge. And we also found that the experts tend to have a higher level of disagreement in general. That's maybe because the expertise all have their own opinion and they have different interpretation of sensitivity based on their expertise. And for the last question about if large language model can replace human judgment, but I have to say we are queried 3 GPT 3.5, GPT-4, and the Google Bard. They are a little bit outdated, based on the current time. But we just want to show these models may if they're perform better. So we query them. Use a prompt that given below a fragment of code, identify the fragment among the sensitivity data according to GDPR or CCPA regulation with sensitive or not sensitive. And we found that the LLM's performance were less correct than non-expertise for data in the categories for like individual identifier, location, and internet traffic. We trying to figure out why the large language model perform worse on those 3 categories, but we're trying to looking for the answer. We have we don't have the idea on that right now. And then after this project finishing, we do found the better language model is called CodeBird. There are fine-tuned language models used to interpreting and understanding the programming language. And we also found that it's performed really best than the old language model like GPT 3.5 and BART. And in some cases, in most cases, it's even performed better than the non-expertise and experts, those two groups. So here are our key findings from this project. We found that programmers lack consensus and correctness on data sensitivity recognition, and expertise impacts perception, with experts being incorrect more often than the non-experts. And the systematic failures of large language model offers different from the non-experts. And we are thinking about if we can combining the non-experts and the large language model, maybe has the potential to do the best classification. Thanks. That'd be all.
Great, thank you. We have time for one short question.
So when you test the LLM to see if it can replace the human, did you test it with different temperature values? Because from my experience, if you increase the temperature parameter, it will be more creative. So.
Oh yeah, we didn't try to. We just query with the same prompt and using for all 40 variables the same one, but it's a good suggestion to use a different temperature. Yeah, thanks for the suggestion.
Great, that's thanks speaker again. Make sure to continue engaging with the speakers after the talk. Thank you. Next, we have two from UC Irvine. Yeah. You should have, click right here, yes.
Okay. So, hi everyone, my name is Tule from UC Irvine, and I'm presenting our paper about voice interaction data collection for voice control services. And in this scope, we focus on voice assistant in particular. And why is it a problem? There have been a lot of privacy concerns regarding the voice data collection of these kind of voice assistant devices. Previous work has shown that there could be misactivations of the devices, and they could be always listening to you to provide recommendation. Right now, it is with the wake word, but in the future, they might be just proactively listening to you. So in this work, we look into the user perceptions of the voice interaction history. This is kind of like an interface that was provided by the most service providers, such as the Amazon Alexa, to show the user what kind of interactions or recordings the device collected. And we're particularly interested in how the user managed those kind of data collection. And the second thing is, what are the expectations and preferences the user have for this kind of data collection? So in this work, we first did a survey with 100 users on Prolific, and I won't go into the methodology details. It can be found in the paper. So the goal of the survey is to understand the perception when the user see different kind of interaction being recorded by their devices, and how they currently use the existing interface to manage those kind of collection. And then we also propose a prototype, which is a tool to help the user monitor the interaction. And we use that prototype to do a interview study with 10 users who have Alexa device and Philips Hue setup at their home. The reason for using Philips Hue as a requirement is that in our prototype we provide different modalities of notification, including utilizing Philips Hue smart light to provide a notification. So in the next few slides, I will go over some of the key findings. For the survey, we look into 3 aspects: awareness, actions, and expectations. So for the awareness, we want to see if the user actually know that the voice history exists and that they can review it. So most participants were actually aware of the recordings. The majority thought that there could be both intended and unintended interactions. So unintended interaction, we define it as the interaction that is not from the user, that the user doesn't expect the Alexa to hear. And we found that only 24% thought that they could review the unintended recordings, and 34% thought that the service provider, in this case Amazon Alexa, doesn't allow reviewing anything. So the key takeaway of this is that even though the participants were aware of the recordings, they thought that they could not do anything about it. And they were also surprised about the unintended recordings that were actually private conversations in their house. And when we show some examples of the private conversation that could be recorded, 58% of the participants were surprised and concerned, and they had never thought of it before. And they thought it could be a big threat. So next, we look into actions. How do user currently use the existing interface to manage the history? It turns out that they don't think it's necessary to review the recorded interactions. So for the 77% that did not review the recordings, most of them do not. The main reason is that they do not know how to do that, and they think it is unimportant. And a couple of other reasons that were mentioned was lack of time. The interface was too difficult for them. The information is not useful. Some participants actually trust in the service, which is probably not a good thing to do. And some also mentioned that it could cause anxiety if they look at the recorded interactions, which they don't want. And for the 23% that actually review their recordings, they do that because it's, they're curious and they actually had some privacy concerns before. Other reasons include they just want to confirm the accuracy, whether the device received the correct prompt, and they want to give user feedback to the service. We also ask if they actually deleted any interactions when they do the review, and 44% never deleted anything. And we also found that the way they think their interaction could be recorded would actually significantly affect how they think it's necessary to review the recordings. And overall, private conversations are concerning, and at the end of the day, 92% wanted an option to review the history anyway. And lastly, we talk about expectations. We want to identify the tasks are difficult for the user to manage their voice history and what kind of information they want to see. We found that searching for a record is actually relatively more difficult as compared to the other task. And the information that the user prefer to see about the recordings include the content, the date it happened, the device collected, and the duration, and who have access to the information. And there are a couple of suggestions, mostly on how they can quickly identify the recordings that are bad. So we identified a few problems from the survey results, which include unintended conversation could be recorded by the device, and they can be potentially sensitive. And the data collection is not transparent. So, and the existing interfaces might not be effective in delivering that kind of information to the user. And there's lack of countermeasure for the customer because there's no other way for them to do anything about it. So taking that into account, we built a prototype as a tool to help the user monitor their voice interactions. So this is a screenshot of what it looks like. They can set it up for notification and start monitor. So to briefly explain what the tool is, it has like 3 components. The first one, interaction parser, essentially extract the metadata about the interaction. And then the second module locks everything down into a database and handle the notifications by continuously checking the new interaction added to the database. And then we also provide a dashboard for the user to track their daily usage and view the records and delete the records. So here's an example of what the dashboard looks like for one of my Amazon Echo device in my office. And I actually, interestingly, found that there's some instances that it recorded my meetings. And as you see in the last row, it's part of my speech in one of my meetings for this project particularly. Yeah, so using our prototype, we did an interview with 10 users to get more insights into the user preferences and behaviors. We want to see the user reactions to the recordings that they have from their devices. And we want to also know the usability and some design feedback. And we want to also test the modalities of notification. In this case, we have the traditional push notification and the ambient light notification. So previous work has introduced these kind of modalities, but only through hypothetical scenarios. So we want to test it with like the real setup. So almost everyone were like surprised about the unintended recordings, and it's actually quite common from our participants. And it could be up to 25% of the total recordings that our participants have. And some conversation were secretly recorded, meaning that usually when an interaction is recorded, there will be some feedback or response back from the Alexa device. But in our case, our participant didn't notice anything from the device. And regarding the notification, they were used to the traditional push notification. So the smart light is kind of like a new concept to them, but they actually like the idea because it's easier to catch attention. It's convenient when you don't have your phone and computer with you. And, but then they also wanted a push notification to be an option because it allows retrospective. They can check back later. However, if there are too many push notifications, then it could be ignored. And they also mentioned that they prefer light notification for highly critical incidents. But the trade-off is that it could be disruptive and annoying in certain scenarios. For example, if you want to sleep. So some design recommendations include more settings for the lights notification, some suggestion and action through notifications so that they don't have to go through the dashboard, and automated deletions when seeing the suspicious recordings. So, so to sum up my presentation, most users are not really aware of the unintended recordings, the ones that are private conversation. Although they are actually common. And then the current voice data collection are not transparent, and the current interfaces are not sufficient. And also the last thing is that the traditional push notification might not be sufficient in all cases. And thanks for listening. I'm happy to take questions.
Hi, this is Barry Liba. Do you have any data about what caused what primarily caused the recording of private conversations? Why did the device do that?
So Amazon claims that they record in purpose for improving the recommendation system, but they don't say anything about whether there's like unintended recordings. I guess it's like the problem of like the accuracy of the machine learning that they are using. So
it wasn't because it thought it heard the wake word, it was recording for
yeah,
other purposes.
because some of the recordings, they don't have the wake word.
Okay, thanks.
I wanted to ask that anxiety reason. So many voice assistants are used not just by one person in a household. So, did you ask whether that has an influence on their decision to delete or to access their history? Like, many households, many people talk to Alexa or to Google Home, and not many households have, relationships that are not necessarily rosy. So I'm just asking towards how people felt, whether they wanted to see, whether they want their partner, whether they want their kids to see what they talk about, whether they fear that they'll find something that they won't like. Would that be some sort of variable that you plan to consider in future? Have you considered it here? I'm just curious.
That could be something we can do in the future. In this work, we didn't really consider like a multi-people environment, but actually some in our interview, there's some participant mentioned that there are recordings from their partner. So, yeah.
Great. Let's thank the speaker again. Next up, so we have, they already have it. Oh, you already have the, okay, great. Just make sure I pronounce your name right. Clyburn.
Yeah,
we have Clyburn. Here you go. Thank you.
Yep. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Clyburn Cunningham IV, and I'm a computer scientist at the National Institute of Standards and Technology, a government organization that promotes U.S. innovation and industrial competitiveness by advancing measurement science, standards, and technology. I'll be discussing Julie Haney, Suzanne Furman, and I's research study aimed towards integrating human-centered cybersecurity research into practice. This is just an obligatory NIST product disclaimer. So the disconnect between researchers and practitioners, known as the research practice gap, is a well-known phenomenon that impacts various fields of study. And across these fields of study, the gap potentially disservices both researchers and practitioners, those involved in creating, implementing, and maintaining technologies and services. So on the one hand, researchers may not benefit from practitioner insights that can inform the development and execution of research that is meaningful and actionable to practitioners. And on the other hand, practitioners may not benefit from research insights that can help guide their work and improve both their users and their own interactions. And ultimately, these shortfalls may reduce the impact of scientific research on practice. So while the gap has been discussed and explored in many fields, little work has been done to explore the gap in the interdisciplinary human-centered cybersecurity field. The field's relevance and importance are grounded in the observation that many cybersecurity challenges can ultimately be attributed to people's understandings of and interactions with cybersecurity technology. So to combat some of the trends that you guys see on the screen here, technology research and consulting firm Gartner maintains that taking a human-centric approach to cybersecurity is essential, asserting that by 2027, 50% of large enterprise CISOs will move towards adopting human-centric security design practices. So the guidance and information used to facilitate HCC adoption is often based on evidence that's found by HCC researchers. So there's a need to ensure that the researcher and practitioner communities are adequately connected to facilitate integration of research findings into practice. And our paper aims to take a first step by exploring the practitioner perspective. We aim to address the following research questions. For time's sake, I'm just going to go over the first three here. First, what are practitioners' perceptions of and experiences with HCC information in their work? Second, how do practitioners currently and prefer to receive HCC information, if at all? And then third, what are practitioners' perceptions of HCC research? Regarding the second question, I'm just going to go over how they prefer to receive HCC information. If you guys want to see how they currently receive it, you can refer to the paper. We conducted an anonymous online survey of 152 practitioners to explore their perceptions of and experiences with HCC. The practitioners were recruited via practitioner mailing lists, NIST social media posts, and then professional contacts. The topics that we cover: perceptions of HCC, challenges integrating HCC into your work, perceptions of HCC research, and then preferences when receiving HCC information. We explored differences based on practitioner demographics by comparing independent groups for 3 variables with the most potential for influence on responses. The 3 variables are researcher experience, how many years of experience, and then organization type. And then we also had open-ended questions for which we conducted qualitative coding. There was a variety of practitioner roles among the participants. About 63% of them were security practitioners, 32% were managers, 18% were IT practitioners, and then another 18% were educators. There was also a variety of organization types and varying levels of prior research experience, as you guys can see up on the screen. And now we'll get into the results. So we found that the majority of participants think that considering HCC in their work is important, and it makes a positive impact on their work. So we asked participants, what do you think is the level of importance of considering human-centered security in your work? And 91% of participants said that considering HCC in their work was moderately or extremely important. We also asked participants to rate their level of agreement with the following statement: information about human-centered security has made a positive impact on my work. And 70% of participants either agreed or strongly agreed with that statement. We also found that participants found it challenging to integrate HCC into their work. We asked participants, what is the level of challenge you have experienced when considering human-centered security in your work? And although many of the participants had rated HCC as impactful and important, 76% of them nonetheless found that considering it was moderately or extremely challenging. Following up on those challenges, we asked participants an open-ended question: what are the barriers to you as a practitioner being able to integrate human-centered security into your work? And from the 108 responses that we got, we identified these 6 overarching themes. For time's sake, I'm just going to go over the first 4 that you guys see there. Starting with awareness and knowledge, on a basic level, some practitioners might not consider HCC because there is a perception that security is a technology issue and not a human-centered issue. One participant working in the government sector noted this barrier as understanding, elaborating. Many don't really understand the taxonomy of human involvement, so it's hard to focus others from whatever their incoming mental models were. Moving on to organizational support and change, this deficiency was found to originate from leadership specifically. For example, a security practitioner in an academic institution described the barrier simply as, quote, lack of a commitment from top levels of the organization to make this a priority. Lack of support and resistance to change are often grounded in a weak value proposition for HCC. A security practitioner commented that the disruption of introducing cybersecurity controls, protocols, and policies is already a tough sell. There's some basic understanding and concern for the protection provided by these controls, protocols, and policies that is required before it becomes a value proposition. The introduction of HCC into these concepts or controls, protocols, and policies faces similar challenges too. And then the lack of awareness and absence of organizational support, particularly among leadership, often manifests itself in lack of resources, including funding, staff, and time. An industry security practitioner and policymaker stated, personnel and organizations may not be aware of the value of human-centered security and therefore don't understand, have confidence in, or allocate time or resources to it. HCC standards and guidance might help overcome insufficient awareness and knowledge of HCC. However, many participants thought that these resources were lacking. A government participant blamed the technical focus of widely used guidance, stating the lack of a comprehensive framework that includes a human-centered security aspect with the technical aspects. The current risk management framework, while vast and broad, really devolves to policy and technical versus the human-centered security interactions. We also asked participants through what means, if any, would they prefer to receive information about human-centered security topics and insights in the future. And as you can see on the screen, at least half preferred to receive HCC information via papers or articles in practitioner-focused publications, presentations at practitioner conferences or events, websites, blogs, online forums, and standards documents. Participants with research experience more frequently selected discussions with researchers, papers, and articles in research publications and presentations at research conferences and events, and then less experienced participants more often selected mailing lists compared to those with more cybersecurity experience. We asked participants to rate their level of agreement on a 5-point scale about whether they think 6 attributes apply to HCC research. Those attributes include understandable, actionable, easy to find, relevant, up-to-date, and defendable. Most participants most often agreed that HCC research is relevant, actionable, and understandable, and least often agreed that it's up-to-date and easy to find. So from the results, we came away with 3 takeaways. Practitioners largely value HCC and feel its positive impact. However, they also largely find it challenging to access and act on HCC information. So it seems that the unique nature of cybersecurity might amplify the challenges found in other fields for which the research practice gap has already been studied. For example, the dynamic nature of the field, the heavy technology focus, uncertainty about the value proposition of HCC are barriers that practitioners feel, making it harder for them to integrate HCC into their work. And from these takeaways, we have these practical suggestions. First, we encourage institutions and individuals to serve as bridges. The HCC field might benefit from the creation of evidence bridges to address the negative perceptions of research findability found in this study. A bridge could synthesize and translate research for practitioners and offer practitioners a channel for providing researchers with their uniquely qualified insights. Importantly, evidence bridges alleviate much of the burden of bridging the gap from both communities, so neither community is overburdened with it. To address the findings that participants think HCC research is difficult to find and access, we suggest that HCC information be primarily disseminated through practitioner-focused channels they prefer and already use. This approach of pushing information rather than expecting practitioners to pull the information is respectful towards their time, which is a barrier that's mentioned in the survey and consistent with past research about cybersecurity practitioners being overwhelmed and burnt out. And then lastly, the lack of awareness, knowledge, and appreciation for the value proposition of HCC leads to limited organizational support and resources. So to address these challenges, we suggest that researchers, evidence bridges, and boundary spanners engage in creation and widespread distribution of easily consumable information on basic HCC principles and the importance of HCC in cybersecurity practice. HCC primers could be in several forms, for example, professional training courses about HCC basics or integration of HCC concepts into existing professional certification programs could provide a formalized pathway to learning about HCC. Thank you, and with that, I'll take any questions you guys have.
Great. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you for that. I absolutely agree with the distilling. You know, nobody is going to read a Usenix or a Kai paper of these people, and that we need something. Another observation we had recently, we had a Usenix paper last year where we spent a long time with CISOs, you know, over like 2 times 5 half days. And really the interesting thing was they were listening to start with, but then it turned out that we called it human-centered security. Mm-hmm. And they really thought it would be something that would help them make the users do what they wanted them to do. And they were very disappointed when it was about design, you know, changing, making it easy for users to do the right thing. Do you have any sense of that coming out of your work?
Could you repeat the last part of the question, please?
What they thought human-centered security was, was basically means and principles for making users follow the security policies, essentially.
Right.
And they weren't really receptive to, you have to change the interaction, you have to change the design so it's easier for users to actually do the secure thing.
Right.
They didn't really like that at all.
Right.
Did you get that at all?
I personally didn't get that. I more look at at human-centered security as more of like just the understanding that, people's understandings of and interactions with cybersecurity is the focus, not necessarily like the outcome. Like this will get them to listen, Does that make sense?
All right, thanks for the great talk. I guess I have a clarification question. So it seems that HCC is kind of a thick concept, right? So in the usable private security venues, we sometimes maybe turn it as usable private security, or even folks from responsible technology or computing may also argue that privacy and security is also part of the consideration as well. So I guess I'm just kind of curious that do you see HCC as an even broader umbrella term, or so I guess I just kind of curious how HCC different from concepts like usable private security, responsible computing, or even responsible AI in terms of, and how that difference is transferred in terms of the practices and challenges they had in terms of the process.
Right. Well, I think that the switch from the term like usable cybersecurity to more human-centered is kind of really just trying to put the emphasis on the human a little bit more. Just understanding that there are like socio-technical factors that go into stuff like that. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Thanks, speaker again. Our next presenter is on Zoom, so let's bring that up, and just fingers crossed everything will work. So Yasmin, are you on it? Oh, great. So can you share your screen? And we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me? Yes? No?
Oh, we can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. Should I start?
Great. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, everyone, for attending my talk. So sorry I could not be there in person. I'm Yasmin Abrabu, and I'm a postdoctoral researcher at Lancaster University. And on behalf of my co-authors, I'm honored to present to you our work titled IC Identity, Exploring Natural Gaze Behavior for Implicit User Identification During Photo Viewing. So first of all, let's start with photos. Yeah, so we see photos everywhere around us. We have them as backgrounds for our phones, smart devices, laptops, and even our smart TV. But how do we actually look at these photos, and how others look at these photos as well? So let's start with an example. Here is a blurred version of last year's NDSS 2023 group photo, which some of you could be in it and some of you could just see it for the first time now. Unfortunately, I was not there. So for me to first see this picture, I might look at the rich word, for example, like a saliency area. But if you were there, you might look, like you might do a visual search first to locate yourself and then navigate from there. Or if it's the first time you see the picture, then you also might look differently. And that's what we are interested in, with an ultimate goal of using these few seconds before unlocking our devices to identify users, which could act as the first line of defense in adding extra security for our smart devices. And hence, in this work, we study users' gaze behavior while viewing photos of different categories, exploring their familiarity, repetition, importance, with the ultimate goal of modeling their behavior for identifying them later on. And in order to do this, we conducted a two-phase user study. In phase one, it was the data collection phase, where we asked our participants to upload 10 photos. We showed them the scenario, choose 10 photos that you would like to be included in your annual yearbook, 5 of which could also be designated for printing out. And here I would like to highlight 2 things. We used the yearbook to identify that these are kind of memorable photos that might mean something for them. So yeah, to nudge them to upload extra special pictures. And the other one was the printing out, which kind of highlight that these photos are worthy of being printed. And after each photo upload, we asked them to rate the importance of the photo from 1 to 10 and telling us what, like, the rationale behind their rating, whether it was a special occasion, special person, or maybe like a special place. And then in phase 2, that was the actual study. We conducted a remote study to collect ecologically valid data, and participants were showed 30 distinct photos of 3 different categories. 10 were their own photos that they just uploaded. The second 10 were our photos, like researcher photos. And the third categories were photos from internet, highlighting several touristic landmarks like the Eiffel Tower and London Eye. And each photo of them was displayed for 5 seconds, as literature said that people keep an interest with the photo from 4 to 6 seconds, and then after that they lose interest. And finally, each photo was repeated 3 times across the study to understand the repetition of them seeing this photo over and over again. So yeah, our procedure was in phase 1, photo upload, as I just mentioned. It took around 20 minutes, and phase 2 started with filling in the consent demographics, then calibrating the remote eye tracker, and then each photo was displayed for 5 seconds, as I just said, and then after that we showed them 2 seconds gray screen. And here the gray screen acted as like setting their gaze again to the middle of the screen and kind of eliminating the effect of the previous picture on them. This small block was repeated for 30 times for the images, and at the end of the study we conducted an accuracy test to make sure that there was no calibration drift at the beginning, and also that the data, so the calibration was conducted correctly and there's no calibration drift at the end of the study. And finally, they've answered few questions about if they were interrupted in the study and their overall performance. So yeah, for our participants, we recruited 44 participants through the university mailing list. And as we conducted remote study, we used webcams as an eye tracker. And here we used Gaze Recorder API to act as a gaze estimator. And we implemented a native HTML web page, and we hosted it on the university website, university server for extra privacy. For the gaze data analysis, first of all, we start with the data cleaning and pre-processing. And here we had to, unfortunately, remove 5 participants due to data missing data. And here I would like to refer you to the paper for our data cleaning and pre-processing strategy with the accuracy test and how did we use it. And we also extracted 10 gaze features, which were proven from the previous work that they actually work. And as you can see, they are high level features that does not really go into more details, but rather their fixation and fixation duration and saccades, how did they jump between each 2 points and so on. And we use some areas of interest as well. So what do we mean here with areas of interest? As I said, we extracted gaze features across the whole image, and we also use saliency area features as well. And we also use both combined, so 3 types of features here. And to analyze our gaze data, we analyzed the gaze data according to the photo category, whether it was their own, others, or internet photos, and also according to the photo importance, whether it was important or not, and finally the repetition, if it's the first, second, or third. And for our results, let's start first with the photo category. So for the gaze data here, we found that fixation duration was statistically significant across the categories, but only fixation duration. However, if you can see from the figures I have below, on the left side, you can see other photos which was the most unique gaze behavior, where people looked more and had close by the cards and looked for longer duration. So the radius of the red circles is duration. And compared to the internet photos on the right side, where it showed that people did not give that much interest and they did not look much and they looked scattered on the photos here. So what we hypothesize or what we suggest from this is that if you would like to use this in our daily life, then we can use personal photos or we can use photos of a group of people compared to random photos from the internet or abstract photos, which comes by default as a background image. For the photo importance analysis, we could not find any statistical significant difference between people's behavior, and they almost basically behaved the same. That might be due to the photo importance was not really reflected in the figure, like in the photos uploaded, or people didn't really feel that this was a special photo or not, which is kind of expected, but then maybe future work should dig deeper into the photo itself, whether it was a landscape picture or a picture of person or more than one person, or if it's an abstract photo, and maybe the attachment with the photo, whether it was the place or the people or the colors in it, for example, rather than the subjective rating of the photo importance. And for the photo repetitions, actually that was the most interesting results, where we found all these features were statistically significant. That actually means that every time you see the photo, your gaze behavior is completely different than the first one. You can see here through the repetitions, the first one was that gaze data was like close to each other with shorter saccades. So people were actually examining the photo compared to the right side, which was the last repetition they saw it, and they had longer saccades. So they were basically scanning the image and maybe like looking again at the areas where they missed in the previous ones. And here, if this were to be used in our like day-to-day life, we hypothesized that the photo should change with every unlock. And this is not that hard to be implemented, as already smartphones and laptops have this feature enabled, or you can enable it with like photo gallery background option. And yeah, so for the classification approach, we wanted to understand if this behavior is actually modelable and could be used to identify users later on. So in order to do that, we used two models, SVM and random forest, across the three feature categories, which I just mentioned, like generic photo, saliency areas, and both features together. And we built 4 classifiers: the photo category, photo importance, repetition, and finally user identification. And for the classification results, we found that random forest gave the highest accuracy compared to SVM. And we found that we could actually identify the category of the photo with a 91% accuracy. So that actually worked really good. And that it was highest accuracy on saliency area. So this means that we don't need the gaze features across the whole image, but rather we just need to focus on the saliency areas, and that unique gaze behavior is basically represented in these areas. For the photo importance, however, we could not find statistically significant differences between the gaze data. However, the model could actually differentiate between the gaze behavior of participants, whether they were seeing important photo versus non-important photo. The results here were higher on the generic photo features compared to saliency area features. And finally, for the photo repetition, we were able to identify the repetition of the photo with an 80% accuracy on saliency area. Basically, this means that we could, or future work should like put a threshold, for example, after which the background photo should change to elicit unique gaze behavior, and so on and so forth. So yeah, and finally, what we basically built this whole paper on, if you could identify users, and we were able to identify users with 85% accuracy using all features together. And here from the figure, you can see that saccadic length and fixation durations were actually the most ones contributing to our classifier. And yeah, to conclude, in this work, we conducted a remote study to understand participants' gaze behavior while viewing photos of different familiarity, importance, and repetitions. We also found that users adjust their gaze behavior alternating between skimming the photo and examining the photo based on features like category, importance, and memorability. We also found that gaze behavior varies with repetitions, suggesting the need to change the photo to elicit unique gaze behavior with every unlock, as an example. And last but not least, personal and others' photos trigger unique gaze behavior compared to generic photos from the internet. And finally, identifying users from photo viewing is actually feasible. And the way we envision this, as I mentioned at the beginning, is to be used alongside authentication for implicit user identification. For example, looking here on the right side of the image, you can see 2 people looking at the same picture, which they took together. This photo could be added as a background for their smart devices. And since each of them will be looking differently, this could be used to identify them before they actually authenticate their phones and devices. And this could act as a first line of defense before authentication to eliminate unauthorized access. And yeah, finally, future work should investigate the long-term effect of our approach and the relation between users and their photos beyond subjective ratings. And with this, I'd like to conclude my talk. Thank you so much for your attention. And that's actually a real QR code, not a phishing one, so feel free to scan it. And yeah, I'm ready to take your questions. Thanks a lot.
Great, thank you. We have time for one short questions, if anyone. So I do, can you hear me? Just make sure. Okay, great. So I do have one question. So when you look at the photos, I was curious, like sometimes like between different photos, they have different content, but the layout of photos or the structure, they kind of similar to each other. Like, do you think that would have some impact on how the performance of identifying users? Like, the example you gave was the NDSS photo from last year. If we have a similar building and people standing in a similar positions, and just different group of people from different and the photo can be taken by different people. So does that have an impact on the identification?
Well, we didn't really investigate this in this work, but when it comes to photos, a lot of things actually affect people's gaze behavior.
Right.
Like even the color contrast in the picture affect the behavior. If people are happy or sad, that also affect their behavior. So there's more to photos actually than what we think, and especially with the gaze behavior, because it reflects what we feel and know without us expressing it in a way. So it might, but I cannot guarantee this. So it needs to be extra investigated.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you so much. Yeah, the very interesting work. So I would encourage you to continue engaging with the author offline or sending emails. But thank you again for your talk. So we have our last talk today from Amani here local at UCSD. See if great.
Okay. I didn't really. Okay. All right. My name is Amani Munyaka, and today I'm going to talk about our paper entitled I Used to Live in Florida, Exploring the Impact of Spam Call Warning Accuracy on Callee Decision Making. Spam calls from places like the IRS, Microsoft, Florida, or Car Warranty USA can be irritating due to their frequency and the difficulty some people experience trying to stop them. Additionally, although spam calls decreased at the start of the pandemic, scammers eventually used the pandemic to their advantage, even though various organizations like the FTC warned consumers about these scams. Truecaller reported that 22% of Americans lost $19.2 billion combined in 2020 due to being tricked by spam calls. Now, spam calls may seem trivial, but some scammers are very sophisticated, potentially tricking even the most secure person. The lack of authentication in the telecommunications system allows calls from spammers to arrive as attended. Now, block lists are often used to detect these calls, but this method is reactive. So in the last few years, the FCC has mandated carriers begin to implement stir-shaken. Now, stir-shaken is a more proactive method for decreasing spam calls, since this method relies on carriers to authenticate calls in the network. However, it has its own set of limitations that can make it difficult to verify the caller, number, and call origin for all calls. Although it has its own set of calls, stir-shaken is a step in the right direction. Now, like I said, the FCC has mandated that stir-shaken be implemented. However, due to the pandemic and infrastructure upgrades, this implementation is still ongoing. Thus, while some users have stir-shaken, others are relying on apps and systems that have varying levels of accuracy. Now, prior work suggests that inaccurate warnings for tornadoes and cars impact users differently. So we decided to investigate how inaccurate warnings impact users' incoming call perceptions and their decision-making. We had 3 different research questions, but for the duration of this talk, we're only going to discuss 2. So the first one is, what effect do false alarms and misdetection have on the end user's decision-making process for incoming calls? And the third question is, how does warning accuracy affect user call expectations and call response? So I'm actually going to skip these first 2 slides because they were about our first study. So to go and to answer these research questions, we conducted 3 user studies. I'm just going to talk about 2 of them. So our second user study that we did was a field study. And what we did was we had users download an app, and this app would imitate incoming calls. And so they received calls with these designs. I should note that our study only used users that had Android devices, so that's what these designs were made for. And they would receive these designs, they would have different calls, so some of the calls would come from numbers that they knew, some of them would come from numbers that they didn't know, and then we also had this varying level of accuracy. Now what we found by looking at the diary entries, the call responses, and survey responses, the accuracy of these warnings did not impact decision making based off of what we read. What we did, however, find was that users' decision-making was really simply just based off of the design itself and also who was calling. So, for example, we had a participant who received an incoming call. The incoming call was this blue one here. At the top, it did say verified caller ID. That wasn't the number that they received. They received a real Florida number and a random name at the top. And they decided to answer the call because they're like, oh, I used to live in Florida, so this might be a legitimate call from somebody from there. Now, they said that they realized it may be a spam call, but in this case, we think that by spam, they mean like maybe it's a telemarketer or something like that. That may have been what they thought the call was. Because of this, we decided to do a third study, which was our MTurk survey. And with this, we wanted to get a better sense of accuracy because, like I said, in our previous study, users didn't even mention accuracy at all in their diary entries. And so we wanted to figure out, did accuracy have any impact? We also wanted to know if having the name on warnings, specifically the spam warnings, if that had any impact on what users were doing. Because in some cases, we did see it where users were answering spam calls, and they would be like, well, I thought that there was just some kind of mistake because it said that so-and-so was calling me. So first, our results showed that their response to these calls was not impacted by accuracy at all. And this was based off of before and after we told them what the accuracy was of the different designs. So the way that they responded to calls wasn't impacted by accuracy. What we did notice, however, is for two designs, their responses or their expectation of spam did change. So the two designs were this unverified caller and then also this potential spam. And we think that this is mainly because on both of those designs, the phrases that were used are not quite direct, right? So unverified caller or potential spam, those don't really say like this is definitely spam. They're kind of like maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Here's what we think it might be. And so when you start adding in accuracy, then that impacts what participants thought might be happening. When we looked at name, we saw two different things. So first, when you use the phrase potential spam in this design here, when you add the name, we saw that the participant's expectation that the call was a spam call decreased. Now, when we use this design that I'm showing here on the screen that just says spam and has this X, their expectancy of the call being a spam call did not actually change, so it was still pretty high, but they were more likely to answer the call when the name was presented. So I'm just gonna go and summarize our results here. So the first question was, what effect do false alarms and misdetection have on the end user's decision-making process for incoming calls? And what we found was that the results suggest no significant effect on decision-making. However, we did see that design definitely impacted the decision-making. And what we thought was kind of important here was that the design of the verified caller ID and then the spam ID really changed how users were thinking about the caller themselves. So if it said verified ID, but they didn't know who it was, then they were like, well, maybe it's this, right? They were willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. If it was a spam warning, but then they knew the caller or the caller ID was familiar to them, then they would say, oh, well, maybe the system made a mistake, right? So the design really had an impact on how users were thinking about the calls. The second question was, how does warning accuracy affect user call expectations and call response? We didn't really see an impact on response, but we did see an impact on the expectations for some of the designs, and this was in the case where the phrase that was used in the design was not very straightforward. So if it said unverified caller or potential spam, this is where we saw some differences in user expectations. A few takeaways here. I only want to really talk about 2 of them. So the first one is that spam call warnings may not change user actions, but can impact their expectations. We didn't really see in our study a huge change based off of accuracy, but what we do think is that, number one, longer studies would really be a benefit here, because our study was only 2 weeks. And so we think if it was done over a much longer period of time, maybe we might have seen some differences. But the other thing is, we should maybe change our ideas about, in this particular scenario, for these warnings, it may not be too important to change users' actions as far as whether or not they answer a call or not. It is likely more important that users understand what could potentially happen if they do answer the call. Because I think there's a difference between answering a call and thinking it's actually, the president or the police, versus answering it knowing that there's a good chance that it's probably not actually the police calling you. The second one is that developing incoming call warnings require accounting for system limitations and consumer understanding and behavior, which includes caller ID reliance. So one of our suggestions was just that as we develop more warnings, that we really take into account how users behave and understand what caller ID is and how it works, and also match that with how the system actually works and its limitations. And with that, I will end this talk. I just want to shout out my collaborators. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for such a great talk. So I actually counted since this morning I've had 10 spam calls, no joke. So I was curious, in the designs that you chose, were they framed as a third-party tool, or were they part of the providers, just the default call, what shows up when you call? And do you think this could have an impact on how users interact with these?
I think that it could have an impact. So the way that we designed it was the app was kind of something that was working in the back end. So the users did not interact with the app except for when they got this fake call. So it was supposed to behave as like something that was provided by their provider, not like a third-party tool.
Thank you.
But that's a good point, yeah.
Thank you very much. I have 2 short questions. Could the potential spam be affected in some of providers, they give you the caller ID as scam likely, so that likely is closer a little bit meaning to potentially. And second, would you have considered an audio warning, as these are voice calls, right? So an audio warning that actually talks to them before they press yes. Would that change that?
So what we saw...
Would have been also accessible, right? I'm biased for accessibility, but...
Yeah, so the scam likely question, that's not something that I tested, but when we did our first study, some folks brought that up. So we just haven't tested that, so I'm not sure what that might do as compared to, potentially spam. The other question about the audio, so what we did see was that for our participants in our third study that were visually impaired, that the way that they responded to the audible warnings, especially when it said spam, they were more likely to not answer a call. So like having that audible warning, I think, could be helpful. In our field study, what we did was we did not create any special audio things for users. So our visually impaired users, if they use the screen reader or whatever, it would read whatever was on there, how they would typically do it. And then for other users, they just saw the design. So we didn't actually test that. But I will say that what we did see is that hearing the warning did seem to have some kind of impact.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you. So I have a final question, sorry. Just as I was looking at some of the designs, one thing I was curious about is, some of them have, even though it's all spam, but you also have different colors. You have the bright red colors versus the dark red-ish color. Do you think the color might have an impact on how people perceive the the urgentness or the risk or something like that? Or is that something part of the study?
I think they could, but I will say that the designs that we used came from the users in our first study. So like we picked the things that they said they wanted to see. They didn't really want anything that was super, super red. So I would say, yes, it does have an impact, but they wanted something that was a little bit more subtle where you could see that it was red, but not too much.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, speaker, again. So that concludes the talk for this session, and then all the full paper presentation for today. So next we'll have our coffee break. This time is longer. It's a 30 minutes coffee break until 3:40, and then at 3:40 we're gonna have our joint invited talk at the room Kokudo. I think I looked it up in the dictionary. Kokudo room. So they will be there until 4:35. So let's come back, and then after that, there's no official coffee break. So let's be back by 4:40 in this room, and to finish our final 3 vision talks, and then we'll conclude the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to both thank and introduce Gary McGraw for his willingness to come give a second keynote for both workshops. And when he said he was willing to give one, Lu Yi and I got in kind of like a little bit of an email staring match. We all know that email is round-based combat. And we agreed that what would be best would be to invite everyone to Gary's keynote. He has written textbooks that probably all of us have used in our careers, easily 100 shorter works, and started 5 companies, one of which was sold to Twitter, which I only recently learned.
That's why I started tweeting.
Oh,
And guess why I stopped?
We will not be taking a poll. And all the rest of them were bought by
Synopsis.
Yeah. So a combination of academic excellence, mentoring through textbooks, and real-world experience, and a sense of humor that it would be impolite to characterize in public, brings us all, is what Gary graciously brings to this keynote. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Hi, everybody. So, the one thing that was not mentioned is that I'm a retired guy. And when I retired, I thought, gosh, there's an awful lot of BS about machine learning. I wonder what's real. And you may not know this, but I was a student of Doug Hofstadter's like 25 trillion years ago, and wrote an AI program called Letter Spirit, and also wrote my first neural network in 1989. We were taking Williams and Zitzer's fully recurrent stuff and actually turning it into code, a theory. So I came at this wondering what had gone on in the last 25 years and whether it's true that we've attained consciousness and, we can all quit our jobs and everybody's going to get fired and it's either the best thing or the worst thing ever. And what I found out is that computers are way faster, data sets are way, way bigger, and pretty much everything else is kind of the same, So I remember we used to make these tiny little networks. I had a neural network that was maybe 10 nodes. They were all connected to each other, so it was a kind of a pulsing thing, a dynamical system. But it would eat a Ultra alive, like just eat the machine alive, a DEC machine. And now you could probably run that on your phone, and it wouldn't even know. Anyway, I want to talk to you about what I've been doing with my little institute called the Berryville Institute of Machine Learning. This is a cow. And the middle dot of the cow is my county in Virginia. It's extremely rural. So if you know what county shapes look like, that's Clark County. We actually have more cows than people in my county. But I figured if Santa Fe can have an institute, well, by God, so can we. So my institute is 4 people. And we started working on machine learning security because I was catching up with what's going on in machine learning. And reading the literature became pretty clear pretty quickly that the security engineering of machine learning technology was not where it needed to be. Now, there are some people that are working on that now, and the field has developed a fair amount in the last 4 years. But at the time when we started it, there were just a few people working on that stuff. So we started publishing what we were thinking about, mostly for our own selves. We still have a very active research group where we read a couple papers and we talk about them every week. We put all of the things that we read on our annotated bibliography. So one of the things I want to tell you now is if you want to get started in machine learning security, you can go to our annotated bibliography and we have the top 5 papers in our opinion. And when we read one that's really super great, we're like, does that belong in the top 5 or not? But that's a good way to get started, so start with those papers. Or you can read our stuff, which I'm going to talk about today. So let's see where we are. Now, this is going to be a very interesting talk for myself because I just made the slides on the plane. So I'm going to get surprised by every slide. So hopefully it'll go by and it'll be fun. But I do want to be whiny in the beginning. I do not like what people, when people say adversarial AI or adversarial machine learning. I would rather call the field machine learning security or security engineering for machine learning. And the reason for that is adversarial machine learning as a title implies that there's an attacker. It implies that there's an intentional person going after your system. Now, there are attackers out there, but what we need to do is design the thing to be robust and resilient and, reliable and secure regardless of whether there's an attacker or not. Now, this is not something that should be surprising to any of you. You know my approach to software security. Basically, it's exactly the same idea, just apply the philosophy to machine learning. So I'm not going to tell you about using machine learning for security, and I'm not going to, get into a whole bunch of attacks necessarily today. What I am going to do is talk about risks that are apparent in the system that are going to be used against us in the future if we don't fix them. My belief, you've all heard build security in. That was the subtitle of that book, Building Secure Software, in 2000 that I wrote with Viega. And I believe that. Like, we need to think about building these things properly. We can't fix them later. So who's heard of prompt injection or prompt manipulation? Yeah, we'll go into that later. You cannot secure an LLM ex post facto by having pizza guys type prompts at it. Regardless of what the White House says. That's so stupid. It's so stupid. Now, the big firms would love you to believe that because they already built the $65 million broken thing and they're going to pretend that we can poke at it with a little pokey stick and correct it. That's wrong. That's just a lie. And if you want to learn one thing today, it's just about that. So let's get started. First of all, what the heck is machine learning and why do we do that anyway? Well, here's a really easy way to think about it. If you know how to do something, write a program to do it. So if we can describe in very particular steps, painstakingly, how to do something, that's how we usually write programs. It's doing the how. Computer programs are about how. Like, an example of a recognizer. Look for 3 intersecting line segments on a plane. Okay, that's a triangle, sort of thing. Now, when we don't know how, we just know what. And we use machine learning when we don't know how, but we have a big pile of what sitting around. So here's the big pile of what right there. See that little tangled up mess? And you can see that some of the things are triangles and some of the things are circles. And so we train up a program to recognize statistically what a triangle versus not a triangle is. So if this were a real machine learning program, it might be a pretty good triangle recognizer by doing the wrong things. Because you know what it might think? it might come up with a statistic which says all black things are triangles, which is true for this picture. All those round things are colors, and all the other things are black. So our recognizer would notice that first of all. Just say, oh, all black things are triangles. Now, that's doing the what, but it's not doing it the way we want it to do it. It's just doing the what. It's, of course, better to do how for triangles, but sometimes we just don't, know how, so we have to build a what machine. Here's the real problem. If you have an immense pile of what, which you barely understand, and you train up a what machine to do the what, and it works, you still don't know how. That sucks. Because, those of us in computer science, we kind of like the how thing. Like, it makes us be able to think about it, we can reason about it, we can talk about it. There are some security implications here that are somewhat surprising for normal security people because they're about the pile of what? The data, the training data. There can be Trojans in the what pile. Now, somebody just wrote a paper about Trojans in the what making machine. That's boring. That's just like a regular Trojan horse. Who cares if you can put it into the architecture of the network? That's really boring. What's really interesting is you put it into the data, and the machine becomes the data, and the data has the Trojan in it. That's way more interesting. So Trojans in the what pile, wrongness in the what pile, bias in the what pile, all sorts of stuff, which means really if we stand back and we think about this, what we got to do for machine learning is try to control the what. Okay? Pretty simple. So that's an introduction to machine learning, real quick, without any code. So one of the things that we tried to do in our first work that we published in January 2020 was build a generic model of all machine learning. This wasn't about any particular kind of machine learning. This was just how the process, generally speaking, works for all kinds of machine learning. So you got some data, you got to build some data sets, and those are training and validation and test sets, and then you have a learning algorithm and an evaluation thing, and you train it until the evaluation thing says it's doing okay, and then you have a model. So you can see those components. The reason we did that is so that we could think about each of those components, there are 9 of them, and think about risks that would be associated with that particular component. And it turned out to be a pretty good way to do it. That's the way we usually do divide and conquer when we're doing something like threat modeling. So I call it architecture risk analysis, and we did an architecture risk analysis of this generic machine learning security model and published that with 78 risks. You can get that. It's all available under the Creative Commons absolutely for free right there. There's a registration wall, but you can lie to it. Just say that you're Gene Camp. Right, so what is an LLM? Now this is getting interesting. So we had our generic model, and now we got all these LLMs that are sweeping the world, and everybody's talking about that, and it's like as if no other kinds of machine learning exist. But before that, it was like no other kinds of AI exist, so it's the world is incredibly myopic. So here we are with LLM stuff, and the idea is pretty simple. Why don't we take our generic model that we had before and all those 78 risks, and let's find out how that applies to LLMs, all right? And we'll do the kind of same threat modeling architecture approach. Here's what an LLM is, though. An LLM is an auto-associative predictive generator. And it uses self-supervision, a whole bunch of examples, and, who's heard the term big data? Who hasn't heard the term big data? It's bigger than you think. So the data set for ChatGPT 3.5, or maybe 4, was 14 trillion tokens. That's insane. It's so huge. And you say, well, why didn't they just use clean data? Well, there's not enough. The big is big. It's way bigger than you thought. And that's one of the things we're going to talk about some more. But I want you to realize that there's no cognitive modeling going on here. There's no understanding. LLMs don't think this or think that. What they do is they take a sequence of tokens, we'll call them words just to squint, and they predict the next words that are going to come after the words that they just saw. It's just a predictor. It just so happens that if you train the thing on trillions of word orderings, sequences, that those predictions turn out to be interesting, especially if we don't know what's going on and we all fall prey to the ELIZA effect. Everybody know ELIZA? Guess when that was written by Feigenbaum? 1966. That's the year I was born, 58 years ago. And ELIZA was a simple word matching program. You just type some stuff at it, and it would say, oh, you said mother. Tell me more about your mother. And then later we go, let's talk about your mother some more, because it saw that you said mother up there. It's like, and people started believing that this simple word matcher with canned answers was actually a helpful therapist, and they believed that it was caring about them, which is ridiculous. And the guy that wrote it was like, oh no, that's not the plan. That's called the ELIZA effect. The program was called ELIZA. I actually typed that into my Apple II in 1981. I remember in BASIC it was, wow, AI. So what we've built now are way better statistical bag of words predictors. So got a bag of words, and you get a bag of words, and another bag of words, and it's like a sequence of tokens or a sequence of words. That it can do what it can do is very surprising to a lot of us, including me. So, what are these trained on? Here's the thing. 13 trillion tokens, 1.7 trillion parameters. That trillion word, it's way bigger than you think. That's a lot. That's a whole lot. That's why it cost $63 million to build GPT-4. So, who has a, $63 million budget? I mean, maybe Alex. You do, right, Alex? At Qualcomm. Less than $63 million? They can't even build one at Qualcomm. So $63 million to build one of these LLMs, and if you wanted to say, figure out whether transformer architecture is the right way to go or do some experiments with that, each time you made a change, you'd have to spend $63 million again? So, here's what happened. The big theory was bigger is better, and way bigger is way better, and way, way bigger is way, way better, because there were some few data points. And then one day, OpenAI came up with ChatGPT, and they were like, it's so big, it's great, we did it, woohoo! Yeah, and nobody ever said, well, when did we cross the threshold to interesting? Like, how big does it have to be? Can it be smaller? Nobody's thinking about smaller yet. We're all like, bigger, bigger, which is pretty great if you got $100 million laying around. But if you're a computer science department or, somebody trying to get tenure somewhere, good luck getting a grant for $100 million to build one thing. Not to experiment with things, to just build one. So, that sucks because peer review is important, especially in a ridiculous field like security that we're all in. And the work that's done at USEC and here is very important work because it keeps the vendors slightly saner than they would be otherwise. We kind of ground them in scientific reality to the extent that we can. I know you're laughing. Don't laugh. We try, we really try. So, if academics can't really work on these big things except for just the black box that they hand you, how are we supposed to do science on the security of the stuff? Well, that turns out to be an important question. So here's what we did. We did the same exercise. We took our generic model, and then we rewrote it to look like this. So same 9 components, but 4 of them seem to be in a black box. That's the black box that you get when you decide to use a foundation model because you couldn't build your own because it cost $63 million to build one and you don't have that. So You're supposed to manage the risks in all of the other things around the outside, and the 4 components in the black box are controlled by the vendor, like OpenAI or Google or whoever, and they're supposed to manage the risks for you. But you don't need to know about those risks. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. It's all taken care of. Just take the black box. Here, we'll just charge, we won't charge you that much. It's free now. Just the first one's free. Just smoke it. You're going to like it. Right, that's where we are. So we got the thing to work. It's really big. We haven't figured out how small you can be and still get away with it. And here we are with these LLMs that look like that. So we use this adjusted model to think about risks in each LLM component. Oh, darn, I forgot to hit start with my timer. What time am I supposed to be done? Like tomorrow? Any old time? 4:30? Something? Cool, that's great. All right. Here are the top 10 risks that we identified. I want to spend a few minutes on this slide. Number 1, recursive pollution. Now, who's ever had an LLM be just like insanely wrong at them? Everybody. They're wrong all the time, and they're like super confidently wrong. Just like, you know, a new PhD fresh out. Super confidently wrong, then you got to put them in a postdoc and smack them around for a while, and then they're less confidently wrong. They're still wrong, but, you know, less confident about the whole thing, right? So LLMs are confidently wrong a lot. And imagine that you had to eat the entire internet, like the whole damn thing, whatever we could scrape, which was trillions of tokens, tens of trillions. We scraped the whole thing, and we came up with some wrongness. And then what did we do with the wrong answers? Well, we put them on the internet. Now we come along for the next generation and we scrape the internet, including all the wrongness. Oh, shit. So we have the LLM. The LLM's producing things that are possibly wrong, statistical associations about the trillions of things, dumping that stuff back into the ocean, and it's wrong. And it's bad. It's so bad. The math is terrible. So we wrote about this feedback loop stuff in 2020. You probably have heard the story, which may be apocryphal, but it's a good one, about Google Translate, like coming across its own translations and really loving the heck out of them. And, you know, so Google Translate got really stupid really fast because it was like, that's the best translation I ever saw. It's like, yeah, but you made it and it's wrong. Yeah, but it's great. Look, my recognizer says so. I'm perfect. That happened, right? That's what's going to happen with everything if we don't get control over this recursive pollution thing. And the math was done by Shumilov and Ross Anderson and some others in a great paper, probably one of the best papers that you can read right now. It's in our top 5. Read that paper. They don't call it recursive pollution, but that's what I call it. And because it's obvious, you know, you just stick your pipe of pollution back in the thing and you eat it later. Boy, that sucks. That's bad. The math is bad because if you think about the bell curve or gradients or, you know, the stuff at the edges of the bell curve, they get cut off. So the bell curve, you know, the attractor gets tighter and you lose all the subtlety. It goes away and you get more confident in your wrongness. Instead of having subtle answers, you have really self-confidence about wrongness, and the attractors get big fast because of the feedback loop. So check out that work. That's what I think is number 1 risk. And it's a risk for the tech, like all of it. If you use LLMs with your own data pile, which is not big enough, by the way, but imagine you can pretend that it is, and it'll have this problem, this wrongness problem. Because LLMs are statistical auto-associative predictors. That's what they are. And they're sometimes wrong. Number 2, data debt. It turns out that 14 trillion or 13 trillion, whatever it is so big that nobody can check it or understand it. So if you go to the guys at OpenAI and say, hey, about that training set, they're like, yeah, no, we got, everything's fine. Yeah. You know, well, here's a problem. Everybody used to share big data sets, like Google shared with Twitter, and they shared with, everybody shared, Meta shared. Everybody was sharing until ChatGPT worked. And then everybody stopped sharing, and they started hoarding. So we're hoarding data, even with wrongness, and we have this problem called data feudalism that I'm writing about right now with Dan Gear. We haven't published it yet. But the idea is we need an ocean, but the ocean's getting divided up. Who owns that data? Not you, not your computer science department. So in case you didn't have 63 million bucks around for cycles, you also don't have enough data. And these guys don't have enough data that's clean. It's too big to check. And not only that, the data sets are generally speaking not disclosed. Here's an idea though. You know, you can sort of use extraction attacks to figure out training data. It'd be so cool to pull off extraction attacks and show that certain data sets had been used. Ha ha, fingerprint it. That'd be fun. Somebody do that. Right, so number 3, using things for the wrong thing. If you have a bunch of words that, you know, you're predicting the next words, is that what you should use for medical diagnosis? What do you think? I mean, do you go to Reddit for that? Well, you will soon after their IPO. Who said yeah? Yo, I'm surprised you're still alive. That's true, but don't go there for medical advice. Just talk to Kevin Fu. Right, so he knows more about that than us. All right, so improper use. We built this generic thing which does interesting stuff with language, and we think we can use that for everything, which is pretty silly. Number 4, the black box. What's going on in there? Who knows? But we have an API. Well, what's the API? It's called natural language. Is that super precise? Like, who wrote code in natural language? No, not precise, right? So why would we think that's good for an API? And then the output comes back in the form of natural language, which is slippery and slidey and susceptible to the ELIZA effect. So, you know, undocumented, unstable API with unanticipated behavior. It's just like a Microsoft operating system from the 90s. Awesome. Prompt manipulation, we already talked about that. That's boring. That's taking all the oxygen in the room, by the way, just the same way that adversarial examples took the oxygen in the room before. And you know what we call that in computer security? Malicious input. So just call it malicious input, for God's sake. Stop making up new words that the pizza guys can use. Pizza guys doing prompt manipulation. Poison in the data. The big scrape has all sorts of garbage. Reproducibility economics. You can't afford to build it, so good luck studying it. Data ownership. What was in that scrape? You mean the whole New York Times archive? Cool. The New York Times lawyers don't think that's so cool. And the Reddit guys, that's why they're like, hey, if you pay us $60 million, you know, then we won't sue you. That's the way that happened today, right? So, you know, so those of you who participated in Reddit, especially as editors, thank you for all of your free work, which is now being monetized not for you. Dummies. It happens every time. It's like, you knew it was going to happen, and it just happened, so you deserved it. Data ownership, right. Model trustworthiness. So the generative model has sampling algorithms. It is stochastic. And it doesn't do the same thing every time. In fact, you can get at the start state, type the same exact prompt into it, and get 2 different answers out the end. Who wants to code like that? I mean, it's fun because it's surprising. And the cool news is, you know, you can't have a specification. Well, you can. Does some stuff. And let's see, encoding integrity, same thing. Prompt evolution, and you know, if you get your system working, often the black box gets changed without anybody saying anything, especially if you're using a cloudy version. So you just hit the API and hope that it's the same, but who knows, because it's stochastic. Has anybody ever tried to debug a stochastic program in here besides me? My thesis was stochastic, and God, it was such a pain in the ass. Like picking a codelet off the code rack was a probabilistic decision. It was made, I had a random number generator, and I seeded it, and it would happen, a bug would happen like 3 bajillion cycles in, and then I'd be like, oh, I fixed the bug, and then I wanted to test the bug again. You know how you do that? You start with a seed way over here, put it in the system state, and wait for 20 bajillion cycles and see. That's a terrible way of testing. Ouch. But oof. You think debugging is bad. Debugging stochastic code is worse. So those are the top 10. Any questions about any of those? No? Okay, good. That's 10. Now there are 23 associated with the black box. So we're starting with the most important 10. And now we're going to focus on risks associated with that black box that the foundation model providers give you. The reason these are interesting is because the decisions about how to manage those risks are not made by you. They're made by the vendor on your behalf. In fact, you might not even know about them. In fact, in the best of all possible worlds, they don't exist, according to the vendor. So here are those 23. I'm going to talk about 3 of them here. Let's see what I got. Number 1 is number 4, legal issues. Like, let's see, here's an obvious one. Is child pornography allowed anywhere for any reason? No, it's not. So if you have that in your data set because you scraped everything, that's a problem. That's a legal encumbrance. There are protected classes of people, not just children, and as it should be. We've been trying to progress society, but if we go scrape data from before women were allowed to think and they were just allowed to be, I don't know, baby-making machines like they're trying to redo in Alabama, like, what's going on with that? If we make a machine do that, it's gonna, legal issues are bad. All right. Number 7, evaluation data. How do you know when you're done training something? Well, do you know that this matters a lot? If you've ever played with machine learning, you can overfit, and in fact, some of the OpenAI models are overfit on purpose, which is not so great. And the only way to know that is to have an evaluation set and some criterion that is published, and then everybody can agree that's good. Okay, we're done. When it does that, we're going to declare it complete and not overlearned or overfit or memorized or whatever. Now, that's in the black box, so who knows how to do that? And here's the great news about evaluation test sets. Nobody knows how to do it anyway, even if they did publish it, because you just sort of make it up. Well, the literature used to be hilarious. It's still hilarious. We set that parameter, hyperparameter now, we set the hyperparameter empirically. What does that mean? That means we fucked around until it worked, and it was 4. And by God, we're putting that in our paper. 4. We did it empirically. Oh, sloppy. And then, the best of all, pseudoscience. LLMs do not understand. LLMs are not cognitive models. LLMs are auto-associative predictive generators. And if you say, I built an LLM application, and it does, miraculous thing 47, it's going to replace all Baptist preachers, right? Because I said so, what were your criterion for that? Did you do science on that? And we're sort of not really sciencing these things very well right now at all because it's expensive. So we all just decided to use transformer architectures. We all decided that the attention mechanisms were right because they worked. But you know what? There's a lot of room to play with those attention mechanisms that are in the models today. That might not be the best way to do it, but we don't know. It just sort of kind of worked. And that's kind of what's happening now. So too much pseudoscience. And if you read arXiv, my God, whew, I mean, everybody puts their stuff there, even their stuff that shouldn't just be deleted. Seriously, it's like wading through garbage. Peer review is broken. We need to fix that. And this rush to hurry up and do machine learning is not helping so much. Okay, so those are the 23 black box foundation model risks, but the important part is this. That's the part we should regulate. So when somebody like the FTC does regulation, they shouldn't regulate the use of LLMs. You don't need to be regulated. Google needs to be regulated. OpenAI needs to be regulated. That's who needs to be regulated first. We can also regulate the use of them later, but if we don't regulate the black box, what are we doing? That's where regulation belongs. Where'd you get the data? How do you know it didn't change? What'd you do to clean the data? What process did you use to make sure that they're not legally encumbered, that they don't belong to, the New York Times or whoever, including licensing? Who did you get licenses from? Who paid off Reddit? Why? We need to know those things. We need to know those things. And that's what we need. That's why we focus on the black box and the 23 things. Okay. But there's more. We actually identified 81 risks in the whole big thing because we looked at all those components. So I'm not going to tell you much about them, but we're going to romp through these really quick. So risks in the what pile? That's raw data in the world. Like there's poison in there. Who owns that? What stuff shouldn't be in there because it's supposed to be confidential? What stuff is copyrighted? What stuff is like disallowed? You can't write that down, but somebody wrote it on the internet anyway. In LLMs, the machine becomes the data it's trained on. So when the data are full of pollution and bad things, that means the machine is going to become full of pollution and bad things. So it shouldn't be surprising to us that LLMs do some horrible things because we made them eat horrible things and then they learned them. And then we're like, oh, we'll just correct it somehow. We're going to use magical alignment theory. I think it involves magnets. And we just wave magnets over it and pretty soon it'll be aligned. Oh, there's a horrible paper that Anthropic wrote. God, it was so bad about hidden, what was it like? I can't remember what it's called. Sleeper agents. Anybody hear that paper? It's the stupidest paper. It's so bad. And the one thing that it does say in it, accidentally, is that alignment doesn't work at all. It just doesn't. So if you want to read some bad science, go read that one. Okay, so that's 10 risks there. The input. Prompt injection, it's open to the public. There could be dirty input, malicious input. Sponge is my favorite one. Who's heard of sponge attacks in here? Also beautiful work by Ross Anderson and Shumilov again. And they came up with this great idea. There's some input that it costs more for that model to compute than other input. Like if you put some Chinese characters in the middle of an English sentence, it takes a lot more cycles for the network to go figure it out. So if you want to bankrupt your competitor, you can do that. It's like an economic attack against these things. That's called sponge input. Read it, Sponge Attacks. Great paper. Because sometimes processing some input from the world costs more than other stuff. So you just find the most expensive stuff. All right, so an LLM foundation model, you heard this before, is provided with what amounts to an undocumented, unstable API that sometimes exhibits unanticipated behavior. Why are we building those? All right. The next thing, model risks. We don't know what the black box does, so we're going to use it for the wrong stuff. We can't reproduce it because it's too expensive. Somebody can stick Trojans in there and nobody will know, especially if the Trojans are in the data, in the what pile, and not in the code. And there's all this talk now about how open source is going to save us all because you can look at the source of this model. That's just stupid. It's not going to save us all. It's not the code. That doesn't matter. I mean, it sort of matters, but what really matters is the data pile. So open source for machine learning better include all the data or it's uninteresting. And it's like a head fake to get people to, look at the wrong thing. It's like that latest paper on Trojan functionality that changes the network architecture. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about stuff that's bad in the what pile, not the how pile or the what machine. Okay. LLMs are too big to rip off, and so this has economic consequences because if you decide to use a certain LLM foundation model yourself to build your application on top of, you're going to get locked in to that vendor. And everybody chains now anyway. Real LLM applications have 6 or 7 models, and you just, run them in parallel, and then it can be like at least 6 or 7 times wronger. Inference algorithm, 10 of 81. So prompt manipulation we talked about, inscrutability. How does it do that? Oh, I don't know. It just sort of works. Stochasticity. We put in the same thing twice. We don't get the same answer out the same way. Just being wrong. And the personal evaluation protocol. It seems to work, and I'm a computer scientist, so I know that it's working in a field I don't know anything about. What? Like, who decided that art that gets blotted out by DALL-E is good? A bunch of people who aren't artists. That's who. I mean, it's fun. These things are really fun. I love this technology. It's really fun. I've had a delightful time playing with this stuff. But let's don't use it to do stuff like drive cars. Outputs. You can just attack the output. Wrongness again, trustworthiness again, inscrutability, unstructured output. It comes a bunch of words. So here we go. LLMs are notorious BSers that make stuff up to justify their wrongness. If that output escapes into the world undetected, bad things can happen. Like if it's wrong and we don't notice, and then we do the wrong decision because of the wrong thing. But if we eat it later, that's the loop. That's recursive pollution. And recursive pollution happens so fast. There's some people who already believe we shouldn't trust anything on the internet after 2021. And why would you trust the stuff in 2021 anyway? Like, who knows when it started going really bad. So recursive pollution is a really serious issue we got to think about. Okay, then don't forget those 23 in the black box that we should regulate and the top 10. And here we are. Back at the top of the talk. So I'm going to tell you 3 things I want you to take home. Here are the 3 things. Number 1, boy, is it expensive, and you can't afford it. Not only that, you can't even get the data set anymore because you can't afford to pay the guys who own the data for their data anymore. The New York Times figured out that their stuff is valuable, for example, and there's a big lawsuit about that now. Number 2, data feudalism is real. LLM foundation models require oceans of data, and before we were all sort of sharing the ocean and everybody was using pieces and swapping oceans and it was all good, but they're being sectioned off into data moats. So where did the data come from? Are we going to run out? Now, that's an actual real question. There are papers about that do back-of-the-envelope calculations on how much data a human produces in terms of language and typing and code and video, and then they do the math on the world population and the internet, number of people on the internet, and they compute out the data and wonder if we're getting way big, way faster, when are we going to run out? And you know what? The line's already crossed. That's kind of surprising. So who owns the data? Well, we should all own it, obviously. Yeah. And then we're putting the pipes and dumping more stuff back in. Now, some people would like to talk about generating, data just with a program or whatever. But you can spot that from space with a machine learning algorithm. That doesn't work. So the idea of building your own data set with a program and then training something. Why would you do that? Just use the program, for God's sakes. All right, and then number 1, recursive pollution. Sometimes LLMs are wrong. When the wrong gets pumped back in and we eat it, the math is terrible. Read that paper by Anderson and Shumilov if you only read one. So, what are you supposed to do about this? Well, we're sort of stuck with these foundation models, but here's what we've done at BIML. We started out with generic machine learning, then we did sort of applied machine learning for LLMs, and now what we think you can do is take the risks that we identified and think about them in your own LLM application, if you want. I know people are doing that, and I know that framework sometimes gets used at Google, because I've talked to people about using it. Please use it. Steal our work. It's put out under the Creative Commons. We're not trying to make money on this yet. We'll figure out how soon. Soon. But in the meantime, you can get our work by just hitting those URLs. And now I'm done. Thank you. Please, please, yeah.
So I'm going to kind of channel my inner John McHugh here, but I can't shake.
Oh, McHugh, I forgot about him.
So I can't shake the feeling that part of the problem that we're running into here with these models is we as computer scientists don't actually know how to do science.
That's right. Yeah, because we always just built it. I mean, part of the thing was, well, we built it, so there it is.
We've been thing builders, but my thought is, when you take a look at sort of the process of wet lab science, collecting a quality data set has been a huge, enormous, massive, intensive problem, and curating that quality has been there. And our solution to we have bad data is
Yeah.
throw more bad data.
Exactly, or generate data that we declare good by program or whatever.
That's actually a better way to phrase it, generate data that we declare to be good.
Yeah, yeah.
Could you repeat the question or have him ask it in the mic for us?
I'm going to have him ask it in the mic.
Okay, so basically the TLDR is we as computer scientists are not actually trained in empirical science. And we don't go through, like if you go through, a wet lab science course, you go through a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to generate a very small quality data set, and you know that you throw out an enormous amount. In fact, a real world example of this is when the whole ClimateGate fiasco happened a couple of years ago, is a bunch of people who didn't understand data analysis taking a look at a bunch of raw data and then treating it as, oh, this is, they threw out so much of that data. And so that was getting to, so that's where we are. And then he agreed, and I'm just going to go home now and get drinks. So.
So I answered while he was asking, so you know the answer too, right?
So is there any hope?
Sure, it's fun. I mean, I haven't had this much fun since I was a kid, really, with an Apple II in 1981. This is fun. We're having a great time. So there's hope.
So
Sure.
we're going to have a lot of fun while we all go down in flames.
Yeah.
So how do we
how
do we fix this?
Do you remember, like back in history, like it always happens with every tech, there used to be telephone crimes. That crime was committed using the telephone. No, we don't talk about that anymore. So we're in the mode of that. New big shiny thing, scary. I don't know. We'll muddle our way through probably. Yeah, I mean our biggest problem is global warming, not really LLMs. Maybe they could be related. Yes,
Yeah.
over here.
I want to come back to a comment you made very much in the beginning that there is quite an amount of overlap between the efforts of software security and software safety dependability.
Yeah.
But yet, people like to organize in tribes. So the software people security people work alone and the safety people work alone.
Yeah.
And can you reflect on this? Is this any different now in this machine learning?
No.
Is the overlap the same or is the tribalism the same?
The tribalism is the same right now, but we can try. I made a whole career out of adopting the most obvious ideas from safety and applying them to security. Woohoo! I mean, static analysis was a good thing. That worked out pretty well but that's what I did. So we can do it again. Hi, Dave. All right.
Okay, it's 4:30. You're going to have to catch Gary in the hall and
I have
ask
cool
him for
stickers.
coffee.
Cool
So
stickers.
can we give our shared speaker a thank you, and then we're going to have to divide up to our own conferences again. I'm
Thanks, you
so
guys,
sorry.
for having me here.
Welcome back. So for this final session, it's our vision track. So the vision track is introduced to USEC last year as something that's, we encourage young researchers in the field to talk about things that are work in progress, or something that's to talk about your big ideas without any actual research yet. So this is mostly the time to get some feedback from the community and then to help them shape the idea. So this year we have 3 vision talks. We're going to start the first one by Adrian. So please.
Okay, I see it. This is a clicker. All right. Hi everyone. I'm excited to be sharing work done in collaboration with Professor Habiba Farouk, Elias Tekan, and Professor Burke H. Hellick. So I'll be talking about our work titled An Exploration of Online Toxic Content Against Refugees. So our work builds on efforts and literature in 2 domains, the at-risk population of refugees and also toxic content. So let's do a little brief background in both. So first, let's take a look at refugees. So the UNHCR defines a refugee as someone who is unable or unwilling to return to their country of origin owing to a well-founded fear of being persecuted for reasons of race, religion, and nationality. So in 2023, the refugee population had ballooned to over 30 million per the UN, and this population is vulnerable for a variety of reasons, such as the economic hardships they face and the lack of community support when they first arrive at a country that they flee to. Now, the resulting refugee crisis due to socio-political turmoil in many countries around the globe has centered this population in online discourse on social media such as Twitter, currently known as X, and Facebook. Now, as is the case with most online discourse, it can be benign or supportive in nature. However, online discourse can also be embedded with negative and toxic rhetoric. So which brings us to toxic content. Now, toxic content refers to a broad spectrum of online hateful attacks, and it's important to note that these attacks can have varying levels of context. For example, a toxic attack can have different audiences. It could target an individual, it could target a group. Similarly, an attack could also have different intents or purposes. For example, to coerce a victim or to coerce a victim to take some action or to silence a victim, for example. Now, Thomas et al. In an SOK captures this nuance by introducing a taxonomy of 10 toxic content attacks. For example, bullying is an attack that is intended to target one individual. Trolling refers to intentionally provoking audiences with inflammatory remarks. Now, this taxonomy becomes extremely useful, especially in context of the motivation for our work, which we'll now take a look at. So prior work on toxicity against refugees primarily focuses on local contexts. For example, they typically center around one specific event, refugee intake in a specific country during one specific war, and they usually do not examine the types of toxicity refugees face. Now, this leaves much left to be explored in this research area. For instance, what are the contexts of attacks targeting refugees? Does this change across different regions within the globe? So our work aims to fill this gap. Now, we're grounded on the following research question, what types of toxic content are targeted at refugees on social media? And we were interested in exploring this in different attack contexts and also going beyond local contexts. So to achieve this goal, we aim to curate a representative data set of toxic content targeting refugees. So we set forth to do this, and we first began by curating a list of queries to probe for toxic content. Now, we focus on extracting content in 7 languages spoken in regions with high density of refugees. So these languages included English, Arabic, Turkish, German, Urdu, Spanish, and Italian. We curated a list of over 2,000 keywords across these languages by both leveraging the hate-based API and enriching our list with extracted toxic hashtags, unigrams, bigrams from an initial probe of toxic content on social media. Now, we then proceed to collect data from our selected social media platform, Twitter, currently known as X, and we use their API to collect over 3 million Twitter posts. But to minimize overlap, we use SentenceBERT to semantically subsample about 1.5K posts in each language. Right. So this produces a data set of about 10.5K online posts. Now, with that, we leverage 5 annotators, 2 authors and 3 language fluent volunteers to proceed to label, and their instructions were to label till they achieved 200 positive samples per language. Positive samples here referencing posts with toxic content. Now here we note that not all extracted data in this 10.5K data set necessarily is a positive sample. For example, a post with a toxic hashtag could be discussing said hashtag instead of enacting an attack. Therefore, we introduce this notion of positive and negative sample. So these annotators label with respect to the introduced toxic content taxonomy. We also wanted to note that we perform an additional qualitative analysis to extract themes of motivating sentiments. What makes an attacker post a specific toxic attack? So let's take a look at some of our findings. So interestingly, hate speech and trolling comprise the majority of our toxic content that we discover. And when it comes to least prevalent attacks, they're primarily things like threats of violence, sexual harassment, and unwanted explicit content. So we posit that this is due to the severity of the latter attacks, leading to probably swift moderation from content moderators and removal from our platform, and thereby not really appearing in our data set. The Twitter API only allows you to collect posts that are existing currently. So another interesting finding is groups were targeted over individuals. Compound attacks, which refer to attacks that have more than one type of attack, for example, bullying coupled with trolling, they're more popular. More than 50% of our data contains such attacks. Interestingly, the quantitative trends that we see are consistent across all languages. So going back to the previous slide, for example, hate speech and trolling were primarily the most common in all 7 languages, showing that this problem has sort of consistency across the globe. So in terms of motivating sentiments, we find 4 main themes that pertain to why an attacker makes a toxic content post. Now we note that during our thematic analysis, we focus on extracting themes that are consistently found across all 7 languages to capture the global context of motivating sentiments. And I'll be briefly going over 4 of them. So for the first reason is due to this perceived fear of religious and cultural value invasion. Take the sample quote here, where the attack hones in on the religious identity of the refugee. The second reason is due to the perception of an unfair benefit and economic implications that come with being refugees. So quotes such as this, where refugees are referred to benefit seekers, are unfortunately common. The third reason being that the notion that refugees are ungrateful. This is exemplified by attacks such as the quote here, accusing refugees for lacking gratitude. And the last main reason being a fear of safety. This is closely tied to fake news, where we see, which is exemplified on this quote, accusing them of, criminal behavior. So that's it brings me to the end of our overview for our findings, and our work sheds light on different attack contexts, targeting refugees on social media, and also their accompanying motivating sentiments. So the remaining, I have like 30 seconds left, so I'm going to leave this slide up about future work, but instead of going over these bullet points, I wanted to talk about, the need to include these vulnerable populations when we're doing research about said vulnerable population. And this work really inspired our accompanying USEC 2024 paper with the same collaborators, where we interview refugees and study how they respond to toxic content attacks. So I encourage you to check out this paper and that corresponding USEC 24 paper as well. And that brings me to the end of my talk, so thank you very much for your time. And and I'm happy to take any questions. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Any questions?
Yeah.
Thank you. Great talk, Murtaza Jaliwala, University of Texas, San Antonio. So I was more interested in the part that you did not discuss, which is in your USEC 24 paper. Yeah. My question was going to be, have you actually interacted with actual refugees to see what they feel about toxic content?
So by interact, as in we did, our USEC 24 study included focus groups with refugees, where we understand how they interact with toxic content, and it really focuses on things beyond just what they're exposed to, what their barriers are in dealing with toxic content. So we have a lot of interesting findings on how traditional solutions that people enact to deal with toxic content may not apply to refugees. To give you a simple example, it's
one easy way would be to deal with toxic content would be to strengthen your privacy settings to the point of anonymity. But refugees are unable to do this because they find themselves depending on social media for reunification, the rejoining of families once they're split apart. So these, yeah.
So one suggestion, I myself work with refugees a lot. We do work on phishing, trying to study their cybersecurity habits. One of the things that I found out is every refugee group is different. We worked with refugees from Congo, from Afghanistan, and from Iran. The Congolese population have very little literacy skills. They don't even know to use anything beyond a mobile phone, as opposed to, for example, the Iranian refugees or the Afghani refugees. They are much more literate in that sense. So I think a lot of this needs to be be in that context for specific population. And I'm looking forward to reading the paper, by the way. So yeah, but good job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sounds good. So thank you. Let's thank the speaker again. Thank you very much. So our next speaker will be on Zoom. So let's get the Zoom up here. Just make sure. Okay, great. Can you hear us? Wait a second. We cannot hear you. Give us 1 minute. Did you try again? Say something.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, great. So please go ahead.
Yeah, hope you guys see my presentation. Yeah, hello everyone. So I'm Sakunari Vijayasundara, a PhD candidate at the University of Auckland, supervised by Nalina Sankatamadarachalage and Giovanna Salo. Today I'm going to present our work on Access Former, feedback-driven access control policy generation framework. So simply put, access control is a fundamental concept in data security that dictates who under what circumstances can access what information of the particular organization. Therefore, while the properly configured access control policies can help protect organizations as well as their customers' information, incorrect access control policies can cause drastic data breaches, putting the entire organization and their customers in jeopardy. For example, in 2021, 533 million of users' phone numbers and personal data have been leaked online due to a massive data breach at Facebook. Even in last June, Microsoft AI researchers mistakenly leaked 38 terabytes of company data just because of a single access control misconfiguration of an Azure storage bucket URL by the system administrators. So why are system administrators making such mistakes? Where's the problem? So in organizations, those access control policies are often created by policymakers or security experts and written in high-level specification documents. Those documents are often unstructured and contain a lot of ambiguities because they are often written in natural language. Therefore, when the system administrators are trying to understand those documents and translate the underlying access control policies into machine executable configuration, sometimes they make mistakes because sometimes they might not understand those access control requirements written in those documents, or sometimes they might not even find those access requirements hidden in those high-level specifications. Therefore, there should be some sort of a tool that would help system administrators accurately identify access requirements hidden in those documents and translate them into machine executable configurations accurately. Even though there are several tools proposed in previous research to help administrators in this process, they are neither usable nor reliable enough to help administrators while avoiding access control failures. For example, even the most reliable access control policy generation framework so far only produce policies with just 72% of account score, producing a significant amount of false positives leading to low reliability. Even if those are reliable, the existing policy generation frameworks and policy authoring tools are not self-explainable to the administrator, leading the administrator to misinterpret their features due to that low usability. Therefore, by providing solutions for those problems, in this research we developed a novel access control policy generation framework by improving both the usability and reliability of the policy generation process. It will help system administrators to accurately translate high-level specifications into low-level machine executable configurations. So how are we going to improve the reliability and usability? Well, so in our work, we utilize open source language models or large language models trained on domain-specific, properly curated dataset to identify access control policies from high-level specifications, translate those identified policies into machine executable policies, and verify the generated policies before applying them to the system, and also use administrators' feedback to iteratively improve the policy generation pipeline. So on the other hand, to improve the usability, we provide the usable policy authoring interface designed according to Nielsen's 5 usability quality components, namely learnability, memorability, efficiency, errors, and subjective satisfaction. So let's dive into our framework. So the process starts when the system administrator provides high-level specification documents to the underlying policy generation pipeline. After providing it to the underlying policy generation pipeline, first it will be pre-processed, and the pre-processed sentences will be used to decide whether or not each sentence actually represents the high-level natural language access requirements. To do that, we use bidirectional transform-based language model that has shown superior performances when it comes to text classification tasks like access control policy identification. After that classification, the identified natural language requirements will further be classified according to its access decisions, such as allow or deny. Then after those text classification steps, those identified natural language policies will be used to extract the important information such as rules, underlying access control rules of the natural language policies, or their policy components such as users, actions, resources, purposes, and conditions using language models. After extracting those components, then those components will be transformed into machine executable format in terms of standard access control languages such as XLBML. After generating the policy, before applying it to the system, we have to make sure that the generated policy actually represents the high-level specification. So to do that, in contrast to the existing policy generation framework, we conduct automatic validation of the generated policy that compares the generated policy together with the natural language requirement used to build it. So if they don't match, then a feedback will be sent back to the system administrator mentioning there's a problem in the generated policy before applying it to the system. Then finally the administrator can refer to that feedback and provide their own feedback, which will then be used to iteratively improve the generated policy and correct it before applying it to the system, and also to retrain the policy generation pipeline with organization-specific unique access requirements. By doing so, our framework will be adapted to a particular organization domain, allowing it to generate policies with more reliability when it comes to their own access requirements. So even if this policy generation pipeline was designed to improve the reliability, if the system administrator doesn't know how to interact with the system and how to understand the feedback provided by the system, they will make human errors that can also result in access control failures. So to avoid that, next we provide a usable policy authoring interface designed according to Nielsen's 5 usability quality components: learnability, memorability, efficiency, errors, and subjective satisfaction. To make the interface more memorable, we designed it according to a minimalistic design and provide metaphors and tooltips to describe each feature of the interface so that the administrator will be able to easily recall the functionality of the interface. Then to improve the subjective satisfaction, as Nielsen advised, we will first improve its pleasantness by organizing the interface so that the administrator can easily navigate, as highlighted in the figure, as well as we allow the administrator to provide policies in unconstrained natural language, which has shown effective when it comes to improving the subjective satisfaction in previous research, because it will help system administrator easily transform their mental plans directly into the policy authoring tool. Then to improve the efficiency, we instead of allowing the administrator to write the policy one by one through the interface, we allow them to provide high-level specification document at once to the interface, improving their efficiency. Then to improve the learnability, as Nielsen advised, we provide information about current system status in terms of different different techniques such as progress bars or summaries. And finally, we reduce the error rates that can happen in policy generation by displaying the system feedback according to explainable security concepts, and also providing information about existing policies in terms of different visualization techniques, so that the administrator will be able to add new policies into the system without conflicting with the existing one. So to develop this access format, our framework, we currently develop our initial prototype and also a dataset, a properly curated dataset that can be used to fine-tune the language models that we are going to use in a policy generation pipeline. So as the first step of improving the reliability, we will fine-tune the language models using the dataset. And to improve the usability, we will first iteratively improve our already generated policy authoring tool, involving system administrators to participatory design. And then we ask them to perform a policy generation task through our prototype in a lab study. Then we will collect their think aloud data, and we will use those data to identify the challenges when they are using those interfaces, and as well as the pros and cons, the positives and negatives of the interface. Finally, we will evaluate the subjective satisfaction with the interface according to standard evaluation instruments such as system usability scale and PSSUQ. So hope you guys enjoyed the presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any quick questions? Yeah, okay. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, great.
My experience with working with management has often been that natural language specifications are usually over-constrained and under-specified, and it requires a very deliberate design effort to get those to a point where they're actually usable. Does Access Former provide any unique advantages in helping to solve that part of the problem?
We are actually basically depending on the high-level specification document provided by the organizations. In Access Former, we actually try to resolve those ambiguities using the power of transform-based language models with their extensive knowledge of the language, and also to generate machine executable configurations. So basically, we actually depends on those documents, to be honest.
Great, thank you very much. So let's thank the speaker again. Now we have our final presentation of the day. We have Philip, I believe. Yeah. Oh, together. Okay, great. So there you go.
With my co-author Philip, we will now present our work on shoulder surfing resistant authentication for virtual reality. So there are two key differences with virtual reality compared to other devices. The first one is that most of the interaction you do on current devices is done using your hand movements or controller movements in midair, and therefore everyone around you can easily observe what you're doing. This is obviously a security risk if you, for example, enter your password on a virtual keyboard. And it is even more of a problem when you're fully immersed in your virtual environment and don't even see what's happening around you. The other key difference is that your display is private to you. So only you can see what's happening on your display, and that's actually an advantage of virtual reality devices. So how can we do secure authentication under these circumstances? Usually we have three ways for authenticating: biometrics, linked device, or knowledge-based. For our work, we focused on knowledge-based authentication, as this is generally still the fallback for the other ones. But there we have this question: how can we securely enter the secret while being observed? So what does it mean to be observed? In prior work, many focused on making the input harder for an observer. So for example, requiring pretty small and precise movements with your hands, so it's more difficult to see what you're actually doing. But we think this is not a good criterion to define what is shoulder surfing resistant, because with advancements in like computer vision, and also the VR devices themselves use cameras to track the movements, so you can imagine that an attacker might manipulate their VR device to track the movements of someone else. So we say that an attacker has all the data of the head movements, hand movements, and also the controller input available, because we can expect that they can get to this data. And therefore, we define fully shoulder surfing resistant so that no information about the secret can be obtained by means of observation. So the next step we did was looking at literature what others did to achieve this goal. And there are generally 3 ways. The first one is using eye tracking. This follows the assumption that your eye movement is not visible from the outside, and therefore observers cannot see what you're entering. The second one is our challenge response procedures. These offer nice security benefits, but are pretty cumbersome to use. And the third option that we looked into are randomizing screen elements. This follows the idea that if you randomize the elements on the screen, only you see the correct order, and from the outside, no one knows what you've selected. And there are 2 papers that might fulfill our requirement. The first one being room lock, where you're in a virtual environment and objects are randomly distributed in the room, and you have to select them in the right order. And the second one, pass globe, where there's a globe that rotates into a random orientation, and then you have to find and select your location. Now, both of these seem promising, but we thought maybe there's a simpler way to do this randomization. So we looked into more simpler schemes, and these are the ones we came up with. The first one, pretty simple idea, randomizing the numbers on a pin field, and what we then call randomized pin. The second one, pass emoji, where we replace the numbers with emojis, hoping that these are easier to recognize, and also having the advantage that we can select different emojis for each digit of your password, and therefore you don't even need to remember the order. And our third idea was inspired by a combination lock you might find on for your bike, having the numbers still ordered from 0 to 9, but with a random offset, so that again an observer does not know what you're seeing. And now Philip will tell you how we evaluated and compared these ones.
So we conducted an exploratory study to evaluate the usability of these schemes, and therefore we measured the authentication time and the error rate during the authentication and the user satisfaction afterwards with a questionnaire. We designed the study as a within-subject study, and we had 12 participants total. We instructed each of the participants to do 3 authentications to get used to the scheme, and then afterwards 5 authentication, which we measured. Additionally, to the 3 schemes we propose, we added the 2 from literature and also a non-shoulder surfing resistant pin scheme as baseline to compare. Now to the most interesting results. In the authentication time, we see that the non-shoulder surfing resistant scheme is the fastest with 2.8 seconds, and also similar to other studies. And our 3 proposed schemes are all very similar, between 5 to 5.5 seconds, whereas the existing schemes, Roomlock and especially PassGlobe, took much longer. Concerning user satisfaction, we used the system usability scale, and there is also a very similar picture that the basic pin field is the fastest, is the best, performed the best, and our schemes together with Roomlock are really have all similar values in the SUS. And PassGlobe performed again worst. But we did not. We did also look at some user behaviors, so how they interacted with the scheme, and we found that in PassGlobe, some users aligned the globe to the equator before searching for their location, which reduces the security significantly. For the combination lock, we did not see any, did not observe any user behavior. To summarize our findings, the approach randomization seems to be a suitable approach to achieve fully shoulder surfing resistance without a loss of too big loss of usability. And but we have to keep in mind that this was only a very small study with a small sample size, So it would be really interesting to evaluate those in a bigger study and also look for other user behaviors like the one with the pass globe. And also we think that there are still some improvements to those schemes. Thank you very much for your attention.
Great. Any questions? I do have one question. So the randomization idea, I think it's a very, in the VR context, it's a very simple idea, but it works very well. Seems like that. My question is, the example you showed there is about the number pads. What if it's like a full keyboard with randomization? So my assumption would be, with the 10 numbers, it's fairly easy to find. But with the randomization of 26 letters, it might be a little bit more difficult. I just don't know. But do you have any thoughts on that?
So we actually fooled around a bit also with that idea and tried it out. And as you might guess, it is pretty difficult to type on a randomized keyboard where where every letter number changes every time you type a digit. And then there's also the problem with if you want to type uppercase or lowercase, and depending on your password, you also want extra symbols. And I think for alphanumeric passwords, this is not the solution.
Great, thank you. Yeah.
So there's some similar work we did in 2017. It's called RandomPad. It's in the context of augmented reality. So we were not using a VR device, but an AR glasses actually. And the randomized keyboard was your actual physical keyboard. So the person who was typing on actual physical keyboard was actually seeing a different keyboard than what the actual keyboard is. The point is that randomization, as you mentioned, it's for a larger keyboard it's much more difficult because we did a usability study as well. It's bad, but you could do selective randomization strategies like maybe randomize just the columns or just the rows, and that tends to kind of improve the performance a little bit. But so just for context, that you may want to just look at that work as well.
Yes, we also read that work, and I thought it's an interesting idea to only randomize parts of the keyboard, so it makes it a lot easier.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thanks, speaker again. Thank you. All right, we are at the end of the day. Thank you everyone for sticking around. I think it's a very interesting day, very packed schedule, and then I think I learned a lot personally from all the talks today, and we made it to the end of the day. Thank you for sticking around. I think the weather today at San Diego is not that nice outside, so we might as well just stay inside and listen to the talks. Anyway, then I didn't get a chance to use my harmonica today. The only time you saw was the 1 minute pop-up, but I feel like harmonica probably is not good for that particular setup. But anyway, so we stick to the time very well today. Thank you everyone, to the speaker today, to the audience with the very engaging discussion, and also special thanks to the NDSS, to the tech support stuff right there to make this seamless transition, and then everything seems to be working very well. So with that, I will conclude the symposium today. And then just one last note, the proceedings is already online. The DOI will be activated in a few days. We're working on the front matters, so it should be published in the next few days. And then you should have access to that in a few days. I'll send an email to follow up once everything is up online. With that, then I will conclude the symposium today, and look forward to see many of you around the conference and see you at USEC 2025.